Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Friday, April 28th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the NFL Draft 2023, day number 2, rounds 2 and 3, live with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. So we will get started here in about 9 minutes. There's still a little bit of talent left on the board as we get through the middle of the second round and the third round. There will be a lot of names, a lot of head scratchers. Some people will know, some of this talent, and for others, it's going to be the first time they've seen some of those names. But we still have Will Levis on the board instead of staying for day 2. I assume he only bought one suit. Because typically if you're there, your suit probably costs quite a bit, and you might have not been prepared to buy 2 suits, and you don't want to wear the same thing that you wore day 1 on day 2. It makes you look cheap and not necessarily poor, but it's just not a good look. So maybe he didn't have another suit, or was just pissed off that he didn't get picked in the first round. But he will not be in attendance, but he should possibly be the first pick or second pick or third pick in the second round off the board. You would think there would be a good chance. We will be hearing from Hendon Hooker in the second or third round, depending on a team if they want to reach early and get him in the second, or if he just falls naturally to the third round. One of my favorite tight ends in the whole entire draft, not named Dalton Kincaid from Utah, is still available. So I'm definitely excited to see where Mr. Michael Mayer will go. And obviously on the thumb, as you can tell, Joey Porter Jr. And anytime you get an Asante Samuel or an Asante Samuel Jr., Joey Porter Jr., how often when they have a father-son combo where the son is just ass? Maybe Walter Payton's son, maybe in that case, because we already know how great Walter Payton was. But for a lot of these father-son combos, it works out. Now, you might not be as good as your dad, sometimes close, and sometimes the son ends up being better than the dad. Not in most cases, but I am excited to see what we get here. And then another stud we got to bring up, Alabama Crimson Tide, Row Tide, Brian Branch, who should have been a first rounder. So I don't know necessarily if Will should have been a first rounder and Hooker wasn't a first rounder, because you knew Levis would go first, you would think. But if Hooker goes, they think that Levis is Baker Mayfield 2.0. Okay? Mayer should have been a first rounder. Porter should have been a first rounder, and Branch should have been a first rounder. So that's just a little bit of a preview. I had to switch up the gear. No hard hat today. Had to hit you with the dope beanie, and I had to switch up the jersey from the Derek Brooks to the sewn Devin White. Let's go. I'm ready. So we're going to be here for the next 4 hours, just like yesterday, and there is going to be trades, and there is a possibility that some big names might be traded. Derrick Henry. I know it sounds crazy, right? DeAndre Swift. There's gonna. I'm not saying that those guys are going, but there's just gonna be some chirping, and there is a good chance that we have a name that we've heard of before. That's probably a decent player that might be on the move today on day 2 or 3. They're gonna have to work out the. I don't know about DeAndre Hopkins with all that, because they probably got to restructure the money and everything. Oh, nice hard hat from that Raven fan. We would get along. Hey, have you rocking the hard hat? Have you know what I'm saying? Like, these are rare. These are from the early 2000s on NFL Shop. So anyone that you see with one, they used to have them in the Madden video games. They're pretty rare. They don't sell them anymore, and they only sold them for like a year or two in the early 2000s, like late 99, 2000, 2001 time. And then they did it for like a year and a half, 2 years, and that was it. Let's go, baby. Odin's son in the building. What to do? How are you? Sarah in the building. How are you? Hey, let's get to 100 in donos. Let's have a good night. Message from a Golden Eagle. Philadelphia Eagles, a.k.a. Georgia Bulldogs, new stomping ground. It seems like you guys are getting all of those guys. Not really any of them are elite, but all of them are really good with high upside to get better. And if those guys can hit, right, then it'll bring you guys a Super Bowl sooner than later. That's big facts. Oh, awesome. Awesome, man. I appreciate you. Glad to see you in the room. Daniel's in the building. What to do? How are you? Yeah, I hope it works out for you. And like I said, if you are going to not get CJ Stroud, right? If you want to have a positive, outlook on it, what would you be happier with, Levis or Richardson, right? And, with both of them, there is question marks, but there definitely is a higher upside with Richardson than Levis. So at least you went that route. It's not a 100% guarantee Richardson will pan out, but he is athletic. I know a lot of people like him. And I don't know necessarily if it's going to be really on him. It's going to be on who you surround him around and the coaching. And then you got to pray the injuries don't add up. But, we'll see with his accuracy. That's another kind of question mark for me. He only has 12, 13 starts, and the accuracy on the college level wasn't that good. Will that translate to being better on the NFL side? In most cases, it's not. But maybe he will be one of those guys that can break the mold. And the better players you put around him, the more success that he's going to have. And if it doesn't work out, right, it's okay, because in the next 2 to 3 years, we have a lot of good quarterbacks. So a lot of these guys that just recently got drafted, Malik, Willis with the Titans, they may give up on him. Desmond Ridder, they may give up on him. There's just a lot of turnover. So it is normal to be excited now, but don't be disappointed if he ends up being a bust or just being average, or he's a really good player, right? And he surprises everyone, but then gets hurt. So that has to be in the back of a lot of Colts fans' minds. But at least you're going from someone that has no athleticism, Matt Ryan, and all these aging quarterbacks with the Phillip Rivers and the Carson Wentz, to at least a guy that you can possibly have for 4 years. And if it doesn't work out, you'll just draft another one for competition or bring in a free agent quarterback. But I like the drafting. I just really wish that you guys would have got C.J. Stroud. He would have looked so great in the blue and the white. But I think that he might end up being the best Texan quarterback in their history. So at least he has something to prove on that end with Will Anderson Jr. as well. So we will see. We will see. So again, there's a lot of question marks, but I'm not sold. But we will see, as the games go along. Oh, my God. How hot is it over you in Washington? It's 87 to 88 degrees, 89. The hottest day of the year. Very, very hot. Very, very warm. Yeah. And it's going to be about 80 tomorrow, and then we're going to drop down to 60 on Monday or Tuesday. So we got 2 days of beautiful weather, and I had to get my 2-hour walk in. Not 1 hour. I did 2 hours with Paisley. We went on a little bit of an adventure, and she'll be popping in and out, and I'll be, checking up on her, and we'll be here for the next 4 hours and 30 minutes or so. And then, we'll be back at it on Saturday. The Mariners are playing, obviously, coming up here in Luis Castillo. So I was thinking about repping my Mariners gear, but it is the NFL draft. So I was like, all right, well, I can just, in my mind, I'm still thinking about Luis. We're going against the Blue Jays in Toronto. So this is a big deal for us. I know the NFL draft is big, but check out this matchup. Luis Castillo, 2-0, 1.52 ERA, right? Versus Alek Manoah, right? Alek Manoah, 1-1, 5.13. And he is one of the best pitchers right now, too. So I got that recorded, and I'll end up watching the replay after the draft is over. So how's it going? Hey, you didn't have to worry, about any head case, any type of off the field stuff. You will address that position later. But it sounded like, maybe recreating the Legion of Boom. And they had two choices that they could go through. The player that you got from Illinois or Christian Gonzalez from Oregon. Either one would have worked. I think a lot of people were surprised that Gonzalez didn't go to you guys, but you did pick corner. And then you ended up getting, one of the steals in the draft, arguably the best wide receiver. Now, is that something that you guys really needed? No. But if the number one receiver, number two receiver is sitting there and you still need O-line and D-line, but you have the fifth best option there, why go for the fifth best O-lineman, the fifth best, person, the D-line, O-line, whatever the other needs are, when you can get maybe the number one of something? And the pick, Najigba, it'll be pretty crazy. So, if you can keep that offense healthy, Geno, Kenneth Walker, let's make him stay healthy. DK on one side, Lockett in the slot, Najigba on the outside, and he could be in the slot also. You can move all the guys around. Sounds like the offense is going to be pretty fucking sexy. I'm excited to see what that looks like moving forward, and we still got the rest of the draft. So, like I said, with Schneider and Carroll, they weren't very good at drafting post Legion of Boom era. But these last 2 years have made up for everything that they missed on in the previous 4 or 5. Very impressed in these last 2 years, and the day's not over. and we also have tomorrow. So I'm very excited to see what Seattle does as a collective unit for 2022 draft, 2023. But again, if they hit on 4 picks again like they did last year, like I said, you can tell Seattle's getting closer and closer to compete with the Niners for that NFC West crown. We already know the Cardinals and Rams will probably not be that great. So Seattle's getting closer. And even if they don't beat the Niners, they should be in the playoffs as long as there's no serious injuries. And I like both players. And I know probably a lot of the Seattle Seahawks, people in that room probably had no idea who that Illinois cornerback is, because they, probably didn't watch the tape. They just, read into the hype, Jalen Carter. And if they didn't get him, guess what? It's probably good that you didn't get him. He needs to be able to have good discipline, and going to Philadelphia for him is probably a better fit. And you guys getting, one of the best corners in the draft with him and Gonzalez, I think it's going to work out. I know you guys like big corners, but remember, Tariq Woolen is 6'4". So just because you picked a guy that might be 6 foot, 6'1", it's okay. But I do think they are trying to recreate the Legion of Boom. And I know it was a surprising pick, and I probably even surprised you a little bit because they went for that player over Gonzalez or maybe one of the others. But I like the pick. I think you guys did well yesterday. Let's go. Finley in the building. How are you? Let's get it. And again, this draft, again, is going to be one of the weaker drafts in the last 5 years, because honestly, even if you're a hardcore fan, half of those picks in that first round, not a lot of people know who they are or have watched a lot of film, or maybe have watched a little bit of YouTube highlights. But most people, if you look at, name recognition, pub, media coverage, only about, maybe 10 picks out of like the 31 were like, oh, I know these guys. And then there was a lot of guys that were maybe second round picks that got, maybe higher elevated in the draft. Maybe people reached, like the Detroit Lions twice, but it could still work out for them, right? And then you got guys that slid that should have been first round picks, about 5 or 6 of them that I got photos of, but it just wasn't the right time. And remember, we got 11 on 11. There's 22 guys that start, all these different positions, and sometimes multiple positions go. Number 1 guy, number 2 guy, number 3 quarterback, so sometimes you just got to wait your turn. And for Will Levis, you just got to wait. You just got to wait. But he might be the first pick in this second round, not by Pittsburgh, but someone trading up to Pittsburgh to grab him if they think that he is the guy. But he might just be Baker Mayfield 2.0. And anyone that does mayo and coffee, black coffee with mayo and a lot of mayo, or eats bananas whole with the skin on it, that's your prerogative, but it's a little weird. You know what I mean? And it's okay to be different and be unique, but that's almost like too weird for me. You know what I mean? Like, if you just drink your coffee black, no cream, a little unusual, but it's not crazy. But the mayo thing, I don't know if he's doing that for attention, but if he was doing it, to try to stand out, if anything, that made him look like a fucking weirdo. And you know what I mean? I've never met anyone or heard of anyone doing mayo in coffee. And if you guys ever seen his like pre-draft interviews, that's what he did. And it's not just like a sprinkle of mayo to make me think he's a little weird. He was like ketchup. He's like bump, like clump, like 5 clumps in. And then he stirs it like it's creamer and then just drinks it like it's nothing. And there is a chance that maybe it does taste somewhat okay. Not for me. And then eating the banana peel with the banana. If the bananas start going brown, Will Levis, you make banana bread, dog. All right. You know what I mean? You don't just eat the whole banana, but I guess that's him. So you had the corner 3rd round. I already know he was going to go first round if you're talking about him. And obviously we already know with Najigba, he was going to be more than likely the first wide receiver off the board. And if for whatever reason another team likes someone else, he would have been the 2nd wide receiver taken. No further than that. So I don't know. I'm not sure if you've watched anything on him, maybe some highlights. But for me and Sarah and a lot of us that watch college football, in the mornings on Saturday, Ohio State is always usually that first game on at 9 a.m. for me. So I got to see a lot. And just a couple of years ago in the Rose Bowl, he had 3 touchdown passes when they had that epic game against Utah. Marvin Harrison Jr. had 3. Najigba had 3. The guy is a game breaker. He will be a fantasy football star. But again, you're going to also have to worry about targets when you do fantasy football. And like I said, you got Kenneth Walker. He'll get a few. And then you got DK, Tyler Lockett, and now obviously Najigba. And then if anything happens to Lockett or DK injury or if they end up leaving the team, at least you have now another guy to fill the role. So if you lose one of them, like let's say Tyler Lockett, he gets injured or leaves at some point, if that happens, you're not worried because you already got another number one guy sitting right there. So, it's probably not really what you guys needed, but it was too good to pass up. And salute. Like I said, there's been some picks with Carroll and Schneider that made me scratch my head. Last 2 years, you guys have been just fucking killing it. And this corner that you got, I think he's going to surprise you because Pete Carroll likes small school guys, right? And so when you go to like UTEP and you go to these like small Tariq Woolen schools, yeah, Oregon might have been the bigger school. No one really talks about Illinois, but obviously Pete Carroll, he knew something about this kid. And which I probably assume, Megan, that you saw, Will Anderson, the best defensive player in the draft overall, said his favorite interview out of every coach he met was Pete Carroll. So that shows you that Pete Carroll is a people person, but, it seems like he's got a new energy in life in him. He's always, a kid at heart, but it seems like Pete has been, kind of reborn again, where it's like, Schneider and Carroll need to be fired a couple years ago. Now it's like, let's keep them around for 3, 4, 5 more years. Congratulations. And I think that he will surprise you. And goddamn, your corners and safeties, your secondary, the little baby Legion of Boom with Diggs and Jamal Adams and Tariq Woolen, and now with him, looking pretty good. Yes, Kraken too, yeah. I need to keep me posted on that. I need to keep up on the Kraken, the Mariners, and then with this draft as well. Oh, shit, and then the WWE draft. That also. Holy shit. Yeah, keep me updated on that too. So there'll be a lot of people popping in and out with everything. Yeah, but the thing is, you can get someone else. It's not like Carter was Warren Sapp, Aaron Donald type of talent. Now, if it was and you passed, even if he had attitude problems, then I can see that. But there's, nothing that says that he's going to be even a Vita Vea type of player. They got Jordan Davis, last year from the same position. He barely even played for the Eagles. So, a lot of the players from Georgia that went to the Eagles are good, but none of them are elite. So, yeah, I don't, and obviously if 12s are annoyed, then they obviously don't watch film. They didn't do as much research as other people. They're, maybe just listening to what the media is telling them. I like to make my own decisions. So, Odin in the building, what to do? Possibly. Yeah, well, Ringo maybe late first round, but I think most people penciled them in second. But there's a couple other names that are big names that were maybe a possibility, but it just depends on the depth of each position. And sometimes a position will rack up 5 or 6 picks in that first round, and then you're waiting for that safety to go, and then all these other positions are going, for example. So you do the Mayo? How is Mayo inside? And where did this originate from? The Mayo in the coffee. I've never heard about it or seen it besides that video. And I imagine maybe it is good, but I don't know. It's just kind of a weird thing. I've never heard or seen anyone do that before. Not saying that it doesn't taste good, but just kind of a weird combo. Yeah, I did see that. I know I saw the video, with him, and yeah, he was right there in the mix, right next to him, and they were doing selfies, and he was doing a little TikTok and whatnot. So he said jail time. Yeah, I mean, and like not only first round, but we're talking about best possibly wide receiver, in the draft, because they were actually linking him with Justin Jefferson with the Vikings. So he definitely has a chance to be a star. And then honestly, if anything ever happens to DK and Lockett and you lose both of them, either they leave your team or you have injuries, you're still going to have another number one receiver. So as far as depth moving forward with Geno and post Geno, it's looking pretty good. Herbert option picked up. Well, there you go. Well, if you have a reason to do it because vegan mayo, right? But if you're just doing it just to do it, to get, popular or just to go viral or, I don't know. I don't know the reasoning behind, if he is allergic or if this is something that he was just, a friend or he came up with or something. I would like to hear the origin story from it, though. Yeah, I need to know about what the WWE draft is going to be going on for the split branding. They're kind of birthing the show again like they do usually every year. We got the NFL draft rounds 2 and 3. We got the Mariners and the Blue Jays, Manoah versus Luis Castillo. Big matchup. And then what else is on? Kraken playoffs. And they have a chance to eliminate Colorado. And I have been watching the last couple games. So I figured, even if you are the only other person that I can talk Kraken hockey with, Megan, then we can do that. And I'm going to start following them more and more, like I said. And once I end up going to a game, then that's when the fandom will really become real for me, when I actually go there and experience the energy firsthand. But yeah, I'm going to start, because I don't want to just be like, 3, 4, 5 years in and not appreciate all the stuff that's going on, right now, especially when we're having good success early. So, but a couple guys off the board that we might see. Obviously, Will Levis could have been a first rounder. There's Baker Mayfield 2.0. So that obviously has some people a little bit worried. And obviously with the mayo and the coffee and eating bananas whole, just a little odd. Hendon Hooker, obviously we knew that he wasn't going to go before Levis. ACL, if he didn't have the ACL, possibly a first round pick, right? We don't really know where he would be picked. Maybe even as high as 1 or 2. Maybe right there with Bryce and CJ if he didn't get hurt. But this could be a project piece. I really think that, him behind Carr on the Saints, or possibly later to Seattle, not maybe with this number 6 pick in the second round, but later if he's still there behind Geno, I think that would be a good fit. I think they would get along, and I think that would be a great spot for Hooker to learn his skills. Plus, he'd be able to throw to 3 awesome wide receivers right there. So I don't know if Seattle is still, because they might have other needs before they, get Hooker. But if they decide, what, maybe we'll take a chance and we'll have him be the backup and learn behind Geno. There we go. But again, there's so many other positions that need to be filled that the Hooker thing isn't really a priority. It's a luxury. Just like you did with the Najigba pick. It wasn't really what you needed, but it was the best available talent, too good to pass up. It was just way too good, because if you wouldn't have picked him, someone would have picked him in the next pick after that, and they knew that. So, yeah. And so we got Will Levis, Hendon Hooker. Excited to see where these goes. My favorite tight end in the draft, not named Dalton Kincaid, Michael Mayer from Notre Dame, Odin Son's dude. This is Odin Son's guy, right? Joey Porter Jr., just like when we had the Asante Samuel Jr., anything with a junior, and if your dad played and if he wasn't a jobber and he was actually pretty good, chances are if your dad was good, you're going to be good. And I think Joey Porter Jr. is going to be good. And then one of my ones that I was really anticipating being drafted is Brian Branch. Out of all of these guys, Branch and Porter were probably the most deserving to go in that first round, as well as Mayer. But Porter and Branch more, in my opinion. Maybe Branch number 1 out of all these guys that but it just depends on the position. And sometimes, if you're our corner or safety or kind of one of those oddball positions and you got all these other positions going off the board, like let's say 6 DNs, sometimes you got to wait as a safety because maybe not every team really needs one and they're already solidified in that position. So. All right, pick is in. Appreciate you, Sarah. Appreciate you, Cyberpunk. Anyone that's trying to help me on the Twitter and whatnot, I appreciate you guys. Shout out to Odin's son, Pegasus, and Sarah for helping me out there. Riggs, my boy, how are you, bro? What's good? How are you? I've missed you, dude. NASCAR's been pretty wild. We've missed you, man. We've missed you, brother. Hopefully things are going good with the job and things are going good for you. We've missed you. Nice to see Chase Elliott back, and we've had a wild season. Kyle Busch, huh? Kyle fucking Busch. Even if you don't like him, just like Joey Logano, they might be disliked, but goddamn, they're good. Regardless if you don't like them at all, you can't knock the fact that those guys are, you got Kyle Larson, you got Chase Elliott, and there's a few others that are up there, but, Ross Chastain, but goddamn, those two. Anytime you think Kyle Busch is out of it, he never is. All right, Steelers, here we go. And we got a lot of former players announcing all these picks. Alan Faneca, and that's a cool thing about round 2, where we're going to get a lot of these legends that are going to be announcing. All right, Steelers, who is it? Yeah! You already knew. Daddy's home. He's like, I was already around that team. Hey, Joey Porter. Hey, Steelers. Hey, let's just pick your son, right? And you went to Penn State. Let's just keep it in the family. There you go. Hell, I did not. You got your boy, bro. And you kind of knew. Unless someone traded them for the pick, and then you wouldn't get him. But if you stayed pat and you stayed home, that this was probably the guaranteed pick. Nice job. And I did not see. Can you send them to me? Do you have a link that you can send them to me on Twitter or Instagram? I would like to see them. I got, just all kinds of other stuff that I need to watch too. Not surprised by the pick, the right pick. And like I said, sometimes going late has its benefits, and then you get to keep the name in the family. I think every single Steeler fan is happy. There's not going to be one person that will complain unless you're just an idiot and you're just trying to cause problems. If you're just trying to bait people or troll. But I think, based off me knowing Steeler fans and, just kind of, seeing how they're reacting on social media. I mean, this was pretty much they were going to riot if you didn't get this pick. So, I mean, but again, if they would have traded from it, they would have, they would have known. Riggs just sent me something. Well, this is an easy one to say. This guy's a Steeler. They grew up with this team. Arizona has 2.5 minutes now on the second pick of the night. Ian? The Arizona Cardinals at number 33 are also talking trade possibilities. Appreciate that. Thanks for sending it, bro. Nice, dude. There we go. There's going to be some trades here, too. So, it's not like everyone's going to be staying pat and staying safe, with their pick. There will be people trading up, trading back, accumulating picks, and we might even have a name go off the board like a DeAndre Swift. I know some people were kind of surprised by that running back pick, with the Lions so early. I don't think we saw 2 running backs going in the first 12 picks. I don't think anyone saw that coming. But there is a chance that Swift might be traded, in the second or third round, or maybe even tomorrow. They might hang on to him, but there are going to be people that are going to be whispering. So we'll see. A guy in the building. Raiders in the building. How are you? So many things going on. NFL draft, WWE draft. Okay. Mariners, Blue Jays, Manoah, Castillo. Fantastic matchup. Kraken playoff game, and all kinds of other shit that's going on, right? And then we got, isn't Warriors Kings on tonight also? I mean, we got all kinds of crazy shit. I mean, the next 4 or 5 hours, everyone is just going to be locked in on like so many things. So if anyone is watching WWE as like a primary, please give your boy some information. And if anyone is watching, Blue Jays, Mariners, Kraken playoff game, or any of these other things going on, or when they come on, obviously later today, keep me posted. Keep me posted. We got a trade, and this is for Will Levis right here. This is the Titans trading up. I would say this is a 99% chance this is for Will Levis. But remember how much they were in love with Malik, and it shows you Pickett, Ritter, and Malik weren't that good. People were like excited that they got those guys, but I mean, like I said, when the quarterback, carousel is thin, people love to over-exaggerate, and how great guys are. I mean, the last good quarterback that we've had in the last couple of years, Trevor Lawrence, and I knew Jalen Hurts was going to pan out, and like even Birdman didn't believe in Jalen Hurts, and I was like, listen, bro, I was like, I know I watch more film than you, and you can be an Eagles fan, but I was like, eventually I know I'm not going to be right about everything, but that was the guy. You could tell on and off the field, Jalen had all the intangibles. He reminded me of kind of like a Dak Prescott 2.0. Now, Jalen is probably the better player, and, Dak is a Jalen 2.0. So, just because, you have these quarterbacks that are going in these, first, second round picks, including Levis and Richardson, it don't mean that they're going to pan out. Remember that, Carson Wentz, Marcus Mariota, all of these different guys, high profile, low profile, maybe a middle profile. But again, if it doesn't work out, sometimes teams give up really even before the guy gets a shot, to even show what he can do, but also too, if they do pick Will Levis here, who the hell are they going to throw to? Jameson, you can look at their wide receiving core, but when you have guys that, when Robert Woods and, some of these other guys that were there, it's one of the worst receiving cores in the NFL. Tennessee Titans. They threw the least out of any team in the NFL. And I can kind of see why. But you also don't want to give Henry the ball fucking 40 times either. He'll get burnt out, So we will see. We will see. Yeah, they'll go Levis over Hooker because Hooker's too much of a risk, and they might need Levis to play right away if something, happens with Tannehill and they trade him away. Right here, Will Levis. Yep. There you go, your boy. And it was just based off the position that they traded up, the second pick. If they waited, it maybe wouldn't have been him. But when you can see a direct action, from a team that was looking at him in the first round, but decided to grab another player and pray that he was still there early, which happened, and that way they got a 2-for-1. And that's what they were looking at. So, and I know Houston was looking at doing a 2-for-1 as well. And then they did the CJ Stroud, and then they did the Will Anderson Jr., which was the best draft yesterday, hands down. Those could be, cornerstones to the Texans actually being fucking worth a shit moving forward. Like, I know I'm going to be interested in watching Texans games now because of those two. And CJ has a chance to be the best Texan quarterback of all time. They haven't had too many guys, but hey, they got to start somewhere, right? And they already gave up, on Malik. So now you got Tannehill. You need to probably move him. You got 3 guys, but you have no one to throw to. So, yeah, you got another quarterback, but who the hell are you throwing to? That is my concern. Same thing goes for Richardson and the Colts for Sarah. And Sarah's wide receivers and what they have, it's not as bad as the Titans. Titans is like the fucking worst. Colts have some talent there because, like I said, Michael Pittman is more like Michael Pittman Jr. is like a natural 2 who can play a 1, right? So it's not like they don't have anybody. And then they have some rookies, Pierce and, Jelani Woods and some of these young guys. But it's not Reggie Wayne. It's not Dallas Clark. It's not Marvin Harrison. But I'm hoping the Colts will grab a DK Metcalf type of wide receiver in the next 3 years because that'll, definitely help Richardson's case of maybe staying or going if you can get a top 10 wide receiver. So. Kings, Warriors, and Suns, Nugs. Suns and the Nuggies, the Nuggets. Okay. And then Grizzlies, Lakers. Yeah, all kinds of action, huh? Yeah, but it's like, you had Pickett, and I wasn't really too impressed. Then, Malik, Desmond Ritter, you know what I mean? And so, like, perception was like, oh, these guys could be the future. And then within 6 months, nah, we don't want them. So it kind of shows you with good organizations, bad organizations, how they deal with these guys. Jordan Love, it's like you're a product of who's around you. So, I don't really think Jordan Love's that good of a quarterback, but you'd have a lot of fucking talent surrounding you. So, are you an Aaron Rodgers? No. But, based off the talent that he has around him, he has probably a higher level of success rate, than maybe some of those other guys. So you just don't want to get too overly excited with some of these guys unless it's like a Trevor Lawrence. If it's a Trevor Lawrence, Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning, right? All right, here we go, Lions. Oh, Sam Laporta. Yeah, but also, too, Tyree, with the players that you had, right? Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean are good, but not great or elite. Same thing goes yesterday, obviously with Jalen Carter, right? And then obviously your other pick. So it's like, if you look at the picks that you ended up getting, they are good players, right? They are good players, with Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith, but they're not great or elite. They could be, right? But CJ Stroud and Will Anderson could maybe be franchise guys. CJ could turn into a top 15, top 12 quarterback. Will might be the best defensive player in the draft. So based on what the Eagles have done the last 2 years, it's been good, but not better than the Texans. But like I said, if you're going to say throw the Texans out of the mix, who else had an amazing draft? Eagles would be number 2. But I just think the talent level compared to CJ and Will is a little different. But I am rooting for all those Eagle players, those 4, to pan out. Because if they pan out, the Eagles are going to win a Super Bowl at some point, and that was really the bugaboo for you guys. It wasn't the offense. It wasn't Jalen Hurts. It was your defense that let you down. And I'm hoping that those guys can develop for you. Big facts. Let's get to 100 in donos. Let's do it. Cyberpunk in the building. Are you back at the draft, or are you at home now? And are you going to the draft every day? Are you there today? Are you going to go tomorrow? What is the status of Cyberpunk? I know Jameson is there for day 2. Yeah. They were talking more about his girlfriend rather than him. Oh, we got Raiders with the trade. And another cool thing about the draft, too, we already know not everyone is a fucking expert, especially in college football, but the more college football I feel you're a smarter NFL fan because you can evaluate the players and you have a little bit more knowledge based off watching them early in high school and college and kind of having a gauge if they're going to pan out in the pros or not. Interesting pick, there. The tight end position is pretty fucking deep. It's pretty fucking deep. But if you're looking at Laporta, the tight end from Iowa, he was taking over Michael Mayer. That's a little interesting. So obviously they saw something in him, and Iowa Hawkeyes have been, their fingerprints are all over this draft already. It's just kind of sad that the offense could have been a little bit better for you guys. And look at all these NFL players that are coming off the board for your Iowa Hawkeyes. And you had Caitlin, obviously, for women's basketball too. So pretty good time, to be a Iowa Hawkeye fan for Sarah. Okay, man. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, bro. Bang, bang, bang. Our first dono of day 2. Bang. $20 holla. Riggs, you're the fucking man. I appreciate you. That'll set the tone. And it's always good to get the first dono within the first hour rather than going like 2 or 3 hours in and then hoping, someone shows some love. So thank you so much. And you got your guy, Joey Poda Jr. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Riggs, the big Steeler fan in the building. He got his guy. Bang, $20 holla. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. And that'll set the tone for us. Bang, bang. Let's go. Yeah, I'm. You know what? If Raiders, we'll see what happens here if they traded up to take Mayer, because Darren Waller is obviously on the Giants, but the Chargers are going to be looking at a player of that nature too, but they're not picking until 23. So I know Mayer is going off the board, but I guess it just depends on who wants him. But Darren Waller is no longer on the Raiders. So does that mean that this is Mayer? I know you probably wouldn't like that, right? But maybe Mayer is the guy because they don't have Darren Waller. So if I'm the Raiders, I'm going this pick. And that's terrible for Odin because he's a Notre Dame fan and a Chief fan. So he just absolutely despises Raiders. And A-Guy is a Raiders fan. And a lot of Raider fans don't like Broncos or Chiefs or Chargers either. It's kind of like everyone hates each other in that division, which is kind of normal, This will be Mayer, maybe. Yep. Your boy. Uh-oh. Sorry, Odin. I knew it, bro. I'm not going to be right about everything, but I can kind of have a sense of things, based off where the trades are coming from. And then I can look at the needs. And then, no Darren Waller. This would make sense. Raiders got a steal. And I'm actually shocked that Laporta went And I don't think the Raiders would have picked Sam Laporta. I think that they would have wanted Mayer and that's it. And then they would have went to a different position and then addressed tight end afterwards. Not hating on Laporta, but I just don't know if that would have been the Raiders' choice. But interesting picks that we got back-to-back tight ends going off the board. They did. Congrats, man. $20. Let's get to a hundo. Let's do it. Lenny D, my boy, in the building. How are you? Darnell Washington ain't too bad either, from Georgia. Raiders. But also, too, it'll give you, I mean, like I said, you're going to have the rivalry matchup. So every time you play each other, obviously you're going to try to beat each other. But being from a Chief fan, you can still root for him to do well, but just you're going to root for the Chiefs to win. But you can, root for, your guy from Notre Dame, to have a successful career. So, yeah, kind of what I expected. I expected Joey Porter Jr. and Levis to possibly be the first guys, as you guys can see in the thumb, right? I picked those guys because I kind of had a feeling, right? And then Mayer, Laporta, but then you got other guys that that are kind of amazed me. Like I knew Hendon Hooker wasn't going to be off the board just yet, but the one guy that I'm waiting on right now that's going to be probably the steal is this guy right here, Brian Branch. This guy should have been picked somewhere between 20 and 31, slid, and someone is going to get a steal with this player, just like the Steelers got a steal with Joey Porter Jr. I wouldn't say that this is a steal because I don't really believe in him. You know what I mean? If they want to grab him, that's fine. You have no receivers to throw to, so I don't really know how this is going to be any different than Malik or Tannehill, So, I mean, if they think they can work with that, that's fine. But now the Titans, have one, right? The Colts have one, and they're going to be linked in that division. And then you got Trevor Lawrence and you got CJ Stroud. So you got 3 new quarterbacks and Trevor Lawrence, and Trevor's going to be the best one out of all those. And we'll see if the other 3 can catch up. So very interesting division, going from one of the worst in the NFL to kind of like a up and coming division where they're not there yet, but you can see the growth and it's exciting. So Joey Porter Jr., Will Levis, Sam Laporta, Michael Mayer, and like I said, I am shocked that Mayer went after, but I imagine the Raiders are like, wow, I can't believe that he was just sitting there. And that's why they traded up, because they know after Laporta went off the board, someone else that it's looking at tight end is like, oh my God, Mayer. So, sometimes you just got to pull the trigger, because if you wait too long, like even maybe one more pick, he's gone. So it's not like he's going to sit there for 10 more picks. So keep me updated. WWE draft, NHL playoffs, Mariners, Blue Jays score, Kraken score, NBA playoff scores. Keep me updated. Buda Baker would be better for you guys. But Branch would be a fantastic fit, but Buda would be the more natural. But I guess it just depends if that is actually a serious option or not. But yeah, Buda in that secondary would be fantastic. And the thing about Buda is I watched him at UW. I watched him at high school. His work ethic is one of the best in the NFL. Like he really is not like a shit talker. He's a motivational guy, and if you're not doing your job, he's going to yell at you, and he's going to, he always is sideline to sideline. How many safeties do you know that are sideline to sideline like a linebacker? Very, very few. Like Troy Polamalu was really maybe the last great one that was like that in Ed Reed. So, we'll see what happens. Shout out to Riggs with the dono to get us started. Appreciate you. White, Branch, Washington, Tippmann, Ojulari, Avila. Avila is a pretty good guard as well that someone will be able to pick up, and it'll bolster that offensive line. Oregon State Beavers have a tight end as well that's going to be going off the board in this round probably as well. So, all right, Rams pick is in. First pick for them in the draft. Look at this bitch ass. Look at this snake. Look at this rat. He's like, you know what? I'm a nerd, but I'm not smart enough to come up with my own catchphrases and material. So, I'll just go watch YouTube channels and steal their shit. Okay, I see ya, Peter Strager. Yeah, rat. Always stealing my shit. But I guess that's going to be, taken both ways, It's the biggest form of flattery, stealing my shit. Torrey Holt. Avila. See, I told you. I knew someone was going to bolster that offensive line, and there we go. I figured that they were like, oh, he's a seventh. No, I mean, he could have been picked in the late first round also. I like this player. Sometimes you just know. Yeah, and he can play multiple positions too. He can play guard or center if needed. Me too. I think he's a more natural center, but he's so athletic that he can play. And not many guys can do that. You know what I mean? Some guys that can, play guard and tackle, but tackle usually have to be a little bit quicker with the foot speed because you have edge rushers trying to kill you, right? And trying to kill your quarterback, right? So the first time they've shown Asian representation on an NFL draft. It's funny because I listen to like a lot of like comedy and stuff, not only with my E40 channel, and Jimmy Yang is this Asian comedian. And then, like they have all these other guys like Dr. Ken on there. And a lot of I listen to the Aziz Ansari channel. So it has like a lot of little like 2-minute, 3-minute stand-ups. And he was bringing it up that in every NFL game, every beer commercial, anything related to the NFL, they never have Asian representation. It's always like, like white, black, Mexican, whatever. And then he was going over like the beer commercials of, what they have. And instead of actually showing people, sometimes it's, the mountains, with Coors or Busch. But it is kind of true. I mean, on a lot of the things that you see, yeah, I mean, you really don't see a whole lot of Asian representation, whether it's be Japanese, Chinese, Korean, Cambodian, Laos, whatever it may be. You just don't really see a whole lot of it on the NFL side. They're like, we have to make sure we have diversity. Show the Asians in the front row, the Rams fans from LA. All right, Seahawks. Who are they taking? Derek Hall. Interesting pick. Most Seahawk fans right now are probably booing because they have no idea who he is. The best part about the NFL draft, if like you don't really know a whole lot about the college players, you can learn a whole lot, during these 3 days. You get all the stats, the height, the weight, the reps, everything that they've been doing. You can watch film, and then plus the highlights, that you can watch, while they, show off these players. It's probably the best thing about the draft, honestly. Like you can see the warm moments, like, the kid that had the bone cancer and he did the Jets pick. That was one of the highlights of yesterday. But I love seeing the highlights, especially it's for guys that aren't as popular. So that way that you can get, leveled up in your coverage and you'll be like, oh, okay. And then maybe it'll spark a memory from one of the games that you watched on Saturday if you're big into college football like me and Sarah are. I mean, there's not a Saturday that goes by that I don't watch like 3 to 4 college football games. Obviously, on Sundays, I'm watching 3 or 4 NFL games. I mean, I'm always trying to, I might not be able to watch all of them right away, but I got to have them on the DVR or record them if I can. So. Yep. Osiris was linked to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and I thought that we might be looking at him. He will be going in this round, 100%. He was projected to go somewhere between 19 and 31. He didn't go, but I am interested to see where he goes, and he's O-line too, so. You do. Now your whole perception has to change. You have to at least root for one Raider fan now, or one Raider player. Only day one. Oh, okay, cool. Well, I don't know if you're going to be hanging out here with me all draft or if you got shit to do, but awesome that you're in here, bro. And I really appreciate you holding it down, on the channel, because honestly, I wouldn't be able to fucking survive without you. And thank you so much for everything that that you've done for me, from back in the day and every day that you're in here. Appreciate you. Yeah, you're just trying to accumulate picks. Yeah, like I said, I think a lot of people are like, who the hell is Derek Hall? But just because you don't know who he is, a lot of people didn't know who the hell Tariq Woolen is, and now everyone knows. So you just have to trust the process, and you have to trust Pete Carroll and Schneider. John Abraham was a stud when he played, and they already got Bijan Robinson. Who are they getting? Who are they getting? Oh, wow. And they got to beef up that line. I like the pick. But, I mean, there's a couple others that could have been picked as well. But this is a good fit. Hopefully he doesn't get hurt or anything. But you got to get line. So that was the main thing. You got to get line. You're going to hang out? Awesome, man. I just love it when we can get people to actually just hang out, I know sometimes people got shit to do, but. And what we've also known, right, just because you go to a big school doesn't mean that you're going to pan out in the NFL. Sometimes going to the smaller schools is actually better. And people want to be like, well, who the fuck did you play? You played in some bummy-ass conference. But just because you played in some bummy-ass conference, sorry that, not every fucking high school kid got letters to go to Ohio State. But sometimes you can go to a smaller school like UTEP and make a name for yourself. Pete Carroll and Schneider saw it. Boom. And then here we have Tariq Woolen. Right? You know what I mean? Everyone knew Sauce Gardner and Desmond Ridder on Cincinnati, and they were a top 4 team. But sometimes you can get gems from the smaller schools. Bill Belichick always will draft one guy from some fucking place like, Johnstown State. Like, you're like, what? Where is that? I don't even know what state that's in, or Youngstown State. Like, just somewhere where you don't even really know where the hell the college is at. And he'll find some kind of steal in the 4th through 7th round on day 3. Now, Belichick is always known for trying to grab that talent that no one has heard of. And then not only no one has heard of him, go 3 levels deeper. You know what I mean? Like when everyone's looking at the varsity players, he's looking at some junior high. He's going so far down, with the research and trying to find that hidden gem at that small school, like the best player at the school, but the school, it doesn't have that many people, and maybe it's a smaller conference. Or maybe Division 1, Division 2, maybe something smaller. So, and you can still get guys that are small school guys that pan out. That's facts. Yes, and the reason there's a lot of head-scratching picks also because this is a weaker draft. This draft is probably the weakest draft that we've had in 5 years. But next year and the year after will be better, based on some of the higher-end talent that will be coming out that's, underclassmen still in college now. But yeah, like I said, the name recognition in the first round was not like previous years. You're going to go run to the store? Okay. And then if anyone else wants to give me updates on anything else, I'm going to go. I got so many tabs open here. All right. I got to keep up with some things. All right, let me see. Mariners 1, Toronto 0. Yes. All right. I'm going to have to watch the replay, but I got WWE draft in 16 minutes. When that starts, someone give me some updates on that shit. And then when the NBA games come on, Kings and the only really one I'm really interested in is the Kings and the Warriors, but I'm pretty sure the Warriors are going to win. When they're at home in elimination game, it's done. So Warriors will advance. I don't think it's going to go 7, so. All right, who did good for me? Julio's got a hit. Cal Raleigh's got a hit. And did Cal Raleigh homer? Nice. Cal Raleigh, big dumper homer. Nice. Hell yeah. Okay. All right, Finley. Well, I know you weren't necessarily looking at Bergeron per se because you guys are looking at quarterback, linebacker, wide receiver, and you obviously got the quarterback off the board already with Bryce Young. So next steps will be taking your young passer, more speed at receiver. So that's going to be something that you're going to need. And then you also need to find a running mate for Brian Burns, Spida Burns off the edge. So we will see where that goes for you guys. Who would you like? that's available right now? Who's left? Brian Branch? That could be another option. Jonathan Mingo? Mingo for wide receiver, but best available is Branch by far. And I hope a lot of these guys pan out. It's just, but the harsh reality, there's only 32 quarterbacks, and a lot of them, injuries, or they just, they just level up, or they just stay the same. And some guys hit the ceiling in college and they just never get better. I mean, this is that man's game. This is, oh, Edgerrin James. Oh, Jonathan Stewart. All right, Jonathan. Oregon Ducks. Go Ducks, baby. All kinds of players that are here. Yeah, get it right, Jonathan. Lay off the weed. Oh, Mingo. Wide receiver. There you go. They needed that, and they addressed it. Another wide receiver from Ole Miss. A ton of tackles. He can adjust the balls down the field. He's an intriguing player. I still think he's ascending. I still think there's more development to take place. But again, a bigger wide receiver in a class where not many of them exist. And it's getting thinner now, at the wide receiver after all of them went off the board. So at some point, you got to get your guy, to help out Bryce Young. So. I mean, it's not as sexy as like a Najigba, that would just, be something where you just lose your mind. But obviously when you get your guy with Bryce Young, after all those other wide receivers went on the board, you're having to look at the second tier of talent at wide receiver after the first tier already left the board. So, but as far as like second tier receivers going into day two, that was one of the top guys, and you got him. So it's not going to be as maybe impactful as some of the guys on day one, but it will be able to hopefully pan out for you guys and give you guys a little bit more speed there. Tariq Glenn, nice. You prefer Josh Downs, yeah. Saints on the clock. I would Hooker. I thought the best fit for Hooker would be the Saints and the Seahawks. I think that would, behind Geno or behind Carr. So we will see. There's other needs for the Saints, but they need a D-line, tight end, and offensive line. So, they need to be able to bolster the defensive end, the defensive tackle position. They need to find a safety valve for Derek Carr as well. Hendon Hooker could be that guy, and tight end depth. And there's an Oregon State Beaver that's still available at tight end. But an offensive lineman would be good for the Saints as well. But even with all that being said, the Saints are going to win the NFC South for the next couple years. And, once we figure out, what the Panthers are going to do, the Falcons are getting better. Bucks need to get their quarterback next year. So we will see. But Musgrave, Oregon State tight end, they could go that route. But, they obviously have Taysom Hill. I know they have that. But Hooker, it's not necessarily you need him. But if Carr gets hurt, that would be a good spot. And I think the Saints fans would love him, just being obviously an SEC quarterback. So, I mean, obviously a lot of their fans are going to be LSU, but I imagine a lot of Saints fans would love the Hooker pick. Yeah, tight end run, D-line, O-line. Musgrave would probably make the most sense because if they are still looking at that position. But when's the last time that the Saints picked an Oregon State player? Brian Branch is still sitting there as well, even though that's not a need. All right, Saints. What are you going to do? Musgrave or Hooker? Oh, wow. Of course, it's someone that you wouldn't even think that they would pick because that's what the fucking Saints do every year. You never know what they're going to do. Whatever that the fans want, they do the complete opposite. Another Notre Dame player off the board, Odin. Washington is pretty good too. Yeah, I agree. From Georgia. Cardinals, Packers, Jets, Colts.
I just never imagined I'd be here watching on a 40-foot screen and to do it with my old man in the crowd. It's special. Get a power card and an entree only at Dave & Buster's.
Hey, I'm a Palm Springs hotel. I got the desert air, sun-kissed pools.
Mbida.
I'm looking for someone who can decide on a Friday night that a one-night.
Yeah, Nolan Smith is already, obviously that was already off the board. But yeah, remember though, Saints never pick what the fans want. You know, they had Asante Samuel Jr. sitting there, which they should have picked and they passed. They never pick, who is available that's good. They never pick what the fans want. They always have this like right field pick. And unfortunately, half of the time it doesn't work out. Sometimes it does, but they don't have a whole lot of success with these like rando picks that leave all the Saints fans confused or scratching their head. And then they're like, well, I hope it works out. But most of the fan base is very confused every year. And sometimes we think, well, maybe it'll be a different guy. Maybe it'll be the guy that we think it is. But it always ends up being the same thing every year where you're like, who, why? And then there's other options that are better. And then they just, they do it every year, man. Yeah, possibly. But you know what? Even if you guys bomb completely in this draft, you're still going to win the NFC South probably for the next couple of years. So, it's not going to hurt you guys. It's not like a make or break draft for you guys. You guys still have enough talent with obviously me having to get a quarterback next year. I'm going to be terrible this year. Panthers and Falcons will be better than they were, but they're still not going to be that good. So you should be able to rack up 10 wins or more and, dominate the division for a couple years until I get my quarterback, hopefully, which will be Caleb Williams or Drake May. And then I'll be able to compete with you at that point. But for at least the next couple years, you guys are going to be Who Dat Nation all over the NFC South. So. All right, best fit for the Cardinals, Keanu Benton. 6'4", 309 D tackle from Wisconsin. But Branch is still sitting there. But again, not everyone wants a safety, early, unless you're like some kind of freak like a Sean Taylor. Rest in peace. But I think one of the main examples of the Saints, though, it's not they don't pick the best available. They pick the best fit for them specifically. And sometimes they just fuck that pick up. They just have too much blind faith in a guy that maybe would have been picked much later by other teams. But then they just have this like vibe that they think that, this is the guy. And And maybe if they had a better track record doing that type of formula, that we would feel good about it. But I feel a lot of times they miss, and they have missed on a few picks in the last few years. But they've hit a couple home runs aside that too. Yeah, you've been sick for like a week or two still, huh?
With Paris Johnson on the offensive line, then it's edge, corner, maybe an interior defensive lineman. But I would imagine they went offense early. This is probably going to be on the other side of the ball. Well, I'm looking at my Arizona Cardinals card, and it looks like a 10-inning baseball game right now.
How much alcohol you think has been consumed by all these people at this NFL draft? Cardinals, he said, our year all the way. No, sir. Cardinals are never going to be good. Aeneas.
Shout out to Lawrence and Lillian, my parents, my wife Tracy, and the Arizona Cardinals. Let's go! With the 41st pick in the 2020.
All right, Cardinals, what do you got?
The Arizona Cardinals select BJ Ojulari.
Mbida. They went right after. They were like, oh, you don't want to pick them? We will. Thank you. Now Saints fans are going to even be madder because it was one pick after. Of course, you know when a guy gets picked one pick after, and you're like, fuck, you know. Aeneas Williams didn't even know how to pronounce the name. He's like, oh, I better not fuck this up. Cough, sinus, earache. Wow, I hope you guys get better. All right, Packers, tight end and wide receiver were kind of, what the main positions that they would need. And I know a lot of Packer fans didn't like the Lucas Van Ness pick, but, hell, do Packer fans even watch Iowa football? So probably not. I mean, Packer fans are never happy. They're always going to be mad and angry and petty. All right, who is it? Musgrave? Yep, I got it right. There we go. And, of course, the Packer fans won't like that pick either because they just don't have any idea who he is and they don't care. Consistency catching the football. He can get the ball outside of his frame. Some of these guys, they try to corral the ball with their body. He is a hands catcher. After the catch, you're going to see the speed that he has. It can really, really go once he gets out there in the open field. He ran a 4.61. Oregon State is on the up and up, too. And a willing blocker, a get-away, walking-off blocker. He's satisfactory at that level, but you're drafting him for what he's going to do in the past. He said whiskey shots and lemon.
He was on her team, and he's part of the Musgrave family. Doug and Bill, all of those guys. And you know what competitive skiers are? Fearless. Absolutely fearless. Peter?
We know that pass catcher was going to be a priority at some point for the Green Bay Packers. Musgrave was high on their board. Said there's still a ton of upside for him as well, which is what they like. You guys mentioned he's going to run first offense there at Oregon State. They think that he can actually get off the line and do something in the receiving game. Jets, they're on the.
All right, no worry, Odins.
I know you're interested in this one. I know.
You can see it.
Yeah, Musgrave over Washington. But again, if Musgrave turns into kind of like a Greg Olson, type of player, then, obviously it'll benefit them. And like I said, out of all the Georgia players, Washington was kind of on that next tier, not as much as the others that have already went.
So I'm looking at the interior board, and that's where you have Joe Tittman, you have Cody Mount from North Dakota State, Osiris Torrance.
Yeah, Osiris is going to be going off the board at some point.
So if you want to address the offensive line with the Jets, the luxury of a guy like Elijah Barrett.
Yeah, got to get offensive line for Aaron Rodgers or anyone that's going to be QBing there.
All right, so we're going to get this pick. Who do the New York Jets add right here? And it's to Brickashaw Ferguson who's making the pick. Is it a tell? I don't know. They might be the only Jet in the house. They need an offensive tackle. I guess you Curtis Smart last night. So,
The Brickashaw Ferguson. All right, Jets. Got to be an offensive lineman. There we go. There we go.
Joe Tittman, to me, he was the second interior offensive lineman in this draft behind Pierce Karonsky. Bend and Mount, look at the size, 6'6", 313 pounds. Think of a guy like Max Unger who played the center position at that height. But he can really bend. He's an unusual thing to see a center that big that can really drop his weight and bend. You see the ability to finish. He's always looking for work, always looking.
Yeah, Unger was a stud for us at Oregon. It's a pretty good comparison.
So much to your offense. Think about Brees Hall running behind a center like this that can get out in space and make things happen. I think this guy is gifted. I think he's one of the more athletic interior guys you're going to see. And again, the second best one in this draft class is a 10-year starter in the NFL. As we go to the next gen stats presented, powered by AWS. Joe Thomas there at Wisconsin, obviously going to be at the top of the list, but that's an Eddie company that he keeps there in that group of Wisconsin.
Interesting.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And when you look at it,
He ain't going to be a Joe Thomas type of player, but he could be a pretty solid. Maybe he'll end up being one of the top, 5 or top 10 centers in the league for them. That could be good. Surprised that Branch is still not off the board, but again, not everyone needs a safety or wants a safety. Other needs. All right, quarterback, cornerback, and offensive lineman. So you already got some of the pieces off the board. Gilmore obviously is no longer there. Adding another receiver would be beneficial at some point in this draft for the Colts too. So, all right, who's it going to be? Tyreek Stevenson? Who is it? Who will it be? Cornerback, offensive lineman, wide receiver. Where are we going? We're in round 2, pick 44. We'll be doing second round and third round. We'll be here for another 3 hours. Hour and 13 minutes in.
I'm just glad there's no more teams in San Diego. Peter, send it over to you. I think you like this one too. Yesterday the
Boo, Schrager.
the world knew that the Jets wanted Robert Jones, so the Steelers sadly they moved ahead of them and they got him. Jets press did not like that narrative. Wasn't necessarily true. Today,
Every time I look at Schrager, I just want to punch him in the face.
nothing out of the Jets all day today on anything. I don't think they love that narrative going out there that there was suddenly some leaky building. They are not. They get their guy. He was their guy all along. So the Colts are on the clock. Thank you, Peter. There's Jim Irsay, as you saw at the bottom of your screen.
All right, who is it going to be? This guy's like, I've been drinking since 10 a.m. I mean, there's a lot of talent still left there.
They netted a 4th and a 5th round pick later on, and now they're finally going to cash in a 2nd round choice. So I have corner, tackle, wideout listed here. And to me, I think you go back to when you get a rookie quarterback, I'm going to keep investing on that side of the ball.
Yeah, offensive lineman would be beneficial. Mouch. Tackle. Osiris Torrance from Florida, the guard, would be good for the Colts too. You know, you need offensive line. Who is it going to be? Let's see. You want to be able to protect Richardson, your investment, you know. Osiris would be a good fit. Tampa was looking at him in the 1st round. What happened to the Colts player that was going to announce? I said, fuck it. Oh, Brent's, huh?
Well, the combine is in Indianapolis, and I'm pretty sure the Colts are paying attention because they got the 2 stars in Anthony Richardson and now Julius Brents. Julius Brents jumped 41 and a half, Rob jumped 11.6. He put on a show there. He is long corner, 34-inch arms and 82 and 5/8-inch wingspan. He's like a condor out there in the secondary. Here he is working against Quentin Johnston. Watch him find the football, lands in his lap there in the end zone. But this guy, again, traits. Chris Ballard, traits. That has been something he always comes back to. Well, let's take a break right here because, Ian, the Lions just hopped up 10 spots with the Packers.
Yeah.
We'll get a 5th round selection.
All right, Lions with the trade.
I guess they're about to do.
Rich, let's go back to Juju Brents first. Really talented player. The reason he's available here, some injury concerns, 2 PCL injuries in his knees.
Oh, 2 PCLs.
Needs to get the screws out in June.
Hopefully that ends up being good. But two screws and the 2 PCLs, that's something to monitor. That's probably why he slid. All right, Lions on the clock. They need D-line, cornerback, and tight end. And obviously they did running back early on in that 1st round. We saw what they did, and then they ended up going linebacker. So where are we going to go here next? Still need a defensive playmaker or 2. Where will they go next? Yeah, hopefully the injury, to his knees won't be a lingering thing. But you just got to pray that it doesn't get worse and it doesn't, he doesn't have like an ACL tear or anything like that. Otherwise, that could have been a wasted pick if he doesn't, stay healthy. But hopefully he does. All right, Lions. What are we doing? What are we doing? Inside linebacker, tight end, running back. What will the Lions do next? I know a lot of people criticize the Lions picks, for reaching because they definitely reached the most out of any team. But, the players that they got are, pretty solid, though. So even though they maybe got drafted a few positions too high, I mean, it could still work out for Detroit. Detroit is kind of on the up and up. If anything, they should be pissed about the Jameson Williams gambling thing because that could definitely, kind of take a step backwards when you don't have him for the first 6 games, but at least he didn't get suspended for the whole year with the gambling. I'm going to go check on Paisley here while we just have a moment, as you can look at the Colts pick with Brents, and then we have the Lions pick is in. Patriots are on the clock. and we'll see where they go next. Yeah, well, like I said, a lot of these, a lot of the players, no matter how much research was done in mock drafts and this and that, like a lot of these guys are going to be from smaller schools, and it's just going to have to be, you have to pray that the coach, knows what he's doing, and based on what he did last year, you just got to hope that these no-name guys turn into something, next year and beyond. And, so far, I think it's so good. But again, just because you haven't heard of a guy, just because a guy's popular doesn't mean it's going to work out. So, and they look for those hidden gems. So hopefully that'll work out. $20. Let's get to a hundo. 80 to go. Okuda, another guy that they gave up on, a guy that was supposed to be the next, Revis, and he couldn't stay healthy. So sometimes you have the talent, but if you can't stay on the field, then. But maybe Okuda can have a rebirth there in Atlanta. Hutchinson, monster. We knew he would be great. 9.5 sacks, 15 QB hits. And Aiden should be a 10-sack guy every year for the rest of his career, besides the last few years when he gets older. But, I mean, he's that solid. I mean, like a bad year for Aiden would be like 8. And that's like fucking better than 50% in the league. So he's fantastic. He's already one of the top 10 pass rushers in the league, even as a rookie last year. But, I mean, he's got potential to get 10 to 20 sacks every year. Pretty exciting for Detroit. Brents is from Indy. Oh, so they just went for the hometown kid. Branch and Ringo. All right, where are we going? Branch is still sitting there. Where are we going with Branch? Is he getting picked? Pretty soon, you would think. All right. Benton could be a pick here. Branch, who are they going to go for? Or just someone that we don't even know that they're going for? All right, Goodell, tell me. Branch, there we go. Finally. It probably isn't exactly what they needed. I mean, he can play corner or safety. He's probably a little upset that he didn't go in the first round. You know what I mean? But the Lions, quietly, even though they maybe some people didn't agree with those picks in the first round, and people were reaching for the Alabama running back and the linebacker, Captain Jack, but they actually got 3 players that are talented for the Lions. And even though it may be something where everyone's bitching and complaining about it, they might silently be one of the winners in the draft, even though people are saying that they're the loser of the draft. I mean, it just depends on how those guys play for Detroit's system. And Detroit is on the up and up. I like the pick. Should have went in the first round. This was the best, maybe day 2 option that should have been a day 1. And there might be some injury concerns or something, and that's why he slid. So we'll see any extra information that we get here. And he can play safety or corner. And maybe him being listed as a safety, what made people, you know what I mean? And maybe they didn't know that, hey, I can play corner as well. So, because I think if he was listed really, even though they have him listed here as a corner, primary position is normally safety. Nice. Glad to see him off the board. Lenny D. Yeah. I knew he was going to be coming off the board at some point. Plus, you still had quite a few picks. I mean, you're sitting at the end of the second round, and there's no way in hell Branch would go that far unless he had like 2 ACL tears or something.
Extremely well in Alabama. He's going to be able to handle a lot of responsibilities for Aaron Glenn in this defense. The intelligence is what the coaching staff always talked about.
Yeah. Dan Campbell, like I said, he's starting to build a winner there. You can start to tell like it's a different type of vibe. And I couldn't think of a better coach to get them turned around than him. really passionate. He's got a good staff. It's just a tough division, but no, Aaron's no longer there. Things are opening up. So I'm excited to see kind of the competition in the North now for the NFC. Yeah, but like I said, the guy was supposed to be picked somewhere between 20, and 31. I mean, to go 45 is crazy. I mean, at the point where you wanted to pick him would have been 62, and there's just no way. You would have had to trade up to grab him. I'm actually kind of surprised that it took this long to grab him. I thought he'd get picked much sooner. I thought he would have been picked within the first 6 picks in the second round. Damn right, Brian. I'll be rooting for you. Just like Jacksonville, on the rise. I think those are like the two teams that it's exciting to see. We saw what the Jacksonville did last year, but I'm really rooting for the Lions. I mean, regardless if it's going to be with Goff or someone else in the future, I'm really rooting for them to get off the schneid and win the division or get second in the division and go to the playoffs as a wild card. Even if they lose in the first round, who cares? Just Lions football. I mean, some of the most loyal, passionate guys and girls, Barry Sanders, Megatron. I mean, they just never have been able to have all their talent, together at one time. And they never really had the right combination, but extremely loyal. But on the flip side, if you're a Lion fan, right, you're a Michigan Wolverine. So at least you get some success there. Yeah, you might have got your ass kicked by Ohio State a lot, but in the last couple years, with Aiden, things kind of turned around a little bit. Michigan football is kind of alive again. So. All right, cornerback, offensive line, and wide receiver are the Patriots' needs. Hendon Hooker? Who is it? Oh, Keon White, good pick. That's a good pick for them. He slid in the draft as well. Yeah, he is frustrated he didn't go last night.
Inside, they use him outside. This was the first tape I watched against North Carolina. And sometimes you'll see defensive linemen get stuck and the play is over. He has a nice second reaction game where he can try and put another move together, free himself, and get some late pressure. You see that interior rush. Again, he's 285 pounds, and he can run around and make plays in space, including in coverage. As you see right here on a wheel route, you don't see guys this big, 285 pounds, peeling off the running backs that often. He's a very, very talented guy with long arms and versatility. That's a fit New England. You can see the fans there very, very happy. I'm sure all of those New Englanders have been honed in on Georgia Tech football like that. Right down every snap. But that's the trap right there. They have no idea. Well, we had a Georgia Tech kid last night, Jameer Gibbs, going at number 12. But DJ, we saw him. I'll forget it. I'm sorry, you got the walker. We're going to go fast and furious. It's like Plains and Dallas right now, Reagan National. Here we go.
What's going on, Marketing Go Faithful? Hail to the Commanders!
He said, hail to the Commanders.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jartavius Martin, defensive back, Illinois.
So, guys, we got a little nickel run here. Talk about Brian Branch being the #1 nickel in this draft. This is the second best nickel in the draft. He's plug and play. That was a very gifted, talented secondary there at Illinois. We're going to hear another member of that secondary's name called a little bit later on. But again, put him right in the slot. You can blitz him. He's a great filler against the run, great support player, and outstanding eyes in coverage, Joel.
The combination between he and Devin Witherspoon was perfect for Ryan Walters, their defensive coordinator. A lot of man coverage, very aggressive, but you're right.
All right, Jartavius Martin. So one goes to the Seahawks, one goes to Washington. Tampa Bay's on the clock. Oh, interesting.
Is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for crying out loud. And then the Packers were their second choice in the last half hour. And then the Steelers were on the clock.
On the clock, on the clock.
The Packers pick. And the Dolphins make their first pick of the night here in Kansas City.
All right, Tampa's picking, and then we have the Tampa Steelers, Tampa. 2 picks for Tampa here. Is this one of the picks has got to be Osiris, because like I said, we were looking at him in the first round and we passed. So maybe Osiris will get picked here from the Gators. I think that would be a natural pick. We normally like Florida Gator players, coming to Tampa. So Finley, we might be picking your guy here. I mean, we got 2 picks in the next 3 picks here. Offensive line, defensive line. That's what we need.
Thank you to our service members serving both here and around the world. We are grateful for all that you do to keep us safe.
All right, Tampa, let's go.
The Green Bay Packers have traded the 48th pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. With the 48th pick in the 2020
All right, come on, baby. Osiris.
NFL Draft,
Osiris Torrance.
the Tampa Bay
Come on.
Buccaneers select Cody Mauch.
Oh, okay, I don't mind that. He's another good offensive lineman there. Let's go. Let's go. It's like Ryan Jensen. You got these guys, and I know he started off at a different position. I actually read this guy's story, how he had to switch positions. He started off as a tight end and weighed like 220, and then he turned into a tackle, and obviously 300 plus. I actually love this pick. Either one, Osiris or Cody Mauch, but he's a nasty up front. I actually love this pick. This is good for us, as long as it was going to be one of the 2 players. Hell yeah, I love this. And I love that he's got no teeth. That's what makes it the best. That means you already know he's a boss. He gives no fucks. I ain't going to the dentist. I'm going to fuck everybody up. Dentist, what's that? We don't need it. I love it. He's a bruiser, too. I'm so happy that they went for O-line. But if they didn't pick him or Osiris, I would have been probably pissed. But all right, Cody. You know how much I love O-line, too. Let's go. And we've had a lot of injuries and a lot of movement on that line. So
Make the switch. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
and the guy's no dummy, too, and that's another reason why I know Tampa picked him. Don't let the gap in the teeth fool you. Some of those big nasties up front. Oh, boy. Agriculture and biosystems engineering. He ain't no dummy. Might be missing a couple front teeth because he's a big nasty up front, but, he's smart. And, and like I said, we need big nasties up front, especially if we're going to be going up against the Saints, and Panthers and Falcons. And, we're obviously going to be in rebuild mode. We're going to be a bad team maybe for a year or two. And then once we figure out our franchise guy, then we'll go from there. But awesome. Maybe if they get really froggy, they'll go Mauch and then they'll go Osiris. after the Steelers pick. I wouldn't even be mad with that. You never can have enough offensive linemen. So as long as Osiris doesn't go here, to the Steelers, which he could, because the Steelers O-line is fucking bootios too. But I like the pick. I like the pick. Interesting. Tyree's like, yeah, baby. You got to have the gap in the teeth. But yeah, he started off as a tight end. He had short hair, all his teeth, right? And then they started growing. And they're like, do you want to switch over to O-line and be one of the big nasties? It's all right. And then he started working out. He had a big growth spurt. And then, 300 plus, long hair. And then obviously got the teeth busted out. And sometimes you need those big nasties up front. And I love, in our little Super Bowl run, the offensive lineman that we had. And now it sounds like we're going to have another one to add to that list. And I hope he's successful there. Not necessarily for Baker Mayfield or Trask, because, we're trying to openly tank without saying that we're tanking. But Mosh will be the protector for the future quarterback after we move on from Trask and Baker for just this year. So that way we can try to get a top 5 pick quarterback for next year. Washington, Benton is there. Osiris is there. I mean, but obviously the Steelers at this point will be looking at Osiris as well. So, yeah, so we're not going to be good, bro. So it's like I can't get too excited about anything that we do. Everything we do is for the future, And like I said, we they only picked Baker for 1 year, so that way it could be like, we're going to suck, and we're showing you guys our cards. Here's our hand. The Saints will be the best team. Panthers and Falcons are still going to be bad, but they'll get better than what they were last year. And Tampa will be absolutely the worst. So, I don't really have any expectations. If anything, instead of trying to win a lot of games, I want to lose a lot of games. I want to win like 2 to 7 games, but preferably if I can get like 2 to 3 wins. If it's going to be miserable, have it be really fucking miserable. So that way I can actually get my future, Caleb Williams or Drake May next year. That's at least what I'm hoping for. Yeah, so it's not like we're not trying to be competitive, and they're obviously letting the whole world know that by bringing in a Baker Mayfield. Duh. No, Baker is not the answer. Stop it. Baker's an idiot. Oh, Benton.
Win that way, but then he can also hang in there and be real stout against the run, really firm at the point of attack. His ability to get underneath guys, uproot them, and then really close on the quarterback. And the Senior Bowl was a phenomenal week. See the quick spin here, the quick swim move here. Here it is again, that long run, locking him out at the point of attack. The Steelers got 3 of my top.
Yeah, Baker is nobody's fucking answer. Oh, Packers have the pick. Oh, that must have been just from the previous pick when we swapped picks, and it just didn't update on the ticker there. I was going to say, we have 2 picks, but you just never know until they update everything. So I guess we only have the 1. I mean, hell, I wouldn't even want Baker Mayfield as my backup, if that means anything. So... all right, here we go. Bitter cheeseheads. Let's see what pick they get and they can complain about. They've already complained twice. So let's see if we can go 3 for 3 with them being upset and disappointed. Leroy Butler, he's a G. True. Who is it? Osiris? The boo! It's funny they start getting all these receivers after Rodgers is gone, and like right at the very end. When if you would have gotten it to him at the proper time, like a few years ago, maybe the Packers would have went to a Super Bowl. Like, let's just address the position after Aaron leaves. Like, fuck you, guy. That's the disconnect with the franchise. But this is a good pick. Obviously we saw with Christian Watson and what he was able to do.
So far for them. Musgrave first, now Reed, future targets to grow with Jordan Love.
Miami's coming up. They've been made to pick this draft. Everyone's picking offense. Defense is what they've been focusing on.
Shut up, Schrager. Yeah, idiot.
Wouldn't be shocked if it's a defensive player off the board.
He's just got such a lovable, punchable face. And I love nerds, but not his kind. Yeah, still O-line and defense is just a clusterfuck, though. There's way too many holes still. But they're getting there. Both teams will be getting there. I mean, you're looking at Kyle Pitts and, you're starting to see all the, Bijan Robinson, Drake London. I mean, just those three guys alone. Now you just got to get rid of Ritter if that's not the guy, and maybe in a year or two you can get your quarterback. All right, Dolphins. O-line, running back, tight end is the needs. First pick for the Dolphins in the draft. Cam Smith off the board. He's a grab dog, flag dog.
Opinions were all over the map around the league on him. Some thought he could sneak into the first round. Some thought he might be there in the third. They throw some boxing gloves on him, take away all that rapping and grabbing and dragging. They'll work on
Seahawks on the clock. But still, even with that being said, their problems were on the defensive side of the ball. They lost to the Niners. They couldn't stop the run. They lost to Tampa Bay. They couldn't stop the run. And then they wanted to bitch and complain about the special teams being bad. But Rodgers had, one touchdown pass at home? I mean, at some point, you got to be able to point the blame at Aaron. You know what I mean? He's terrible at home. He's terrible at Lambeau. It is what it is. You can still be a great quarterback, but you just don't play your best football when it matters the most. And that's why you only have one Super Bowl. And honestly, if Rodgers didn't have, certain players on the team, he wouldn't have been able to have that Super Bowl to begin with, AKA Charles Woodson. And Favre wouldn't have won his either without Reggie White. But they never bring that up. All right, Seahawks. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Very offensive heavy. Maybe that's because they feel that, and I watched him with my Ducks games. The guy he is a runner, but maybe they're thinking that they can't trust maybe Kenneth Walker to stay healthy the whole year. So they have to have, a thunder to the lightning. He does have a knack for the end zone, at least on the college level. Witherspoon, Smith, Najigba, Hall, and Charbonnet. Interesting. I mean, I don't think anyone thought that they would go for that particular player or position. But again, if they need to have depth, if they feel that, if Kenneth Walker needs to have that 1-2 punch, or if he gets hurt, they can throw someone else in. Obviously, with like Penny and a few of the other guys that they've had, Travis Homer and stuff, they're okay. Penny was injury prone. Homer was like a third string option. So, and like I said, I'm familiar with Zach because, being a Duck fan and a Pac-12 guy, I remember a lot of his highlights and a lot of his stats. And I've watched him, obviously against Oregon. He does have kind of an aggressive style. And as long as the O-line does their job, I imagine that they'll have a little 1-2 punch with Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker III. So interesting. O-line, yeah. You guys are pick 31. So you still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 picks to go. Like I said, some of the names are going to be, maybe, some people have heard of some, but like I said, it all depends on once we get into training camp and obviously preseason and just seeing how these guys look. But it's not as flashy as maybe last year. But again, not everybody knew all of the names from last year, you know what I mean? Except for obviously your first round pick that first went off the board, But Abraham Lucas, Tariq Woolen, I think everyone knew Kenneth Walker III from Michigan State was going to be good. And then obviously with your first pick, but yeah, last 2 years have been pretty good. We'll see how they develop. But again, you already know they're on the up and up, so.
Lawn tractors that aren't just grass cutting machines, they're task cutting machines. In 0 turns, meet 0 compromise. From speed to strength to stripes, they'll level up anyone. And for the take charge type, we've got electric machines to match. There's no yard like your yard, so it needs a mower like no other. One designed for those who love to lawn.
Come seek the Royal Caribbean.
What causes a curve down there? Can it be treated? Stop typing and start talking. It could be a medical condition called Peyronie's disease or PD, and it could be treated without surgery. Find a specialized urologist who can diagnose PD and build a treatment plan with you. Visit makeapdplan.com today.
So check on every pick on NFL.com with the draft tracker presented by Lexus. Do that, please. As you know, I always like talking about when picks are turned in.
Hendon Hooker in the next probably 5 or 6 picks, we would think, unless he goes third round. All right, Bears, D-line, O-line, corner.
So the Seahawks, as we know earlier in this round, just finished up all the picks for the Russell Wilson trade, and you could see, what they got. They got Drew Lock and Shelby Harris and Noah Fant in the actual trade, and the picks turned into Charles Cross, Ray Mafe, tackle and linebacker, Devin Witherspoon, and Derek Hall.
Screaming kid, the one that swears at you when you're playing Fortnite, that kid. See what the Bears do here. Bears, what are you gonna do? Tyreek Stevenson. There's still some pretty good players available. Hendon Hooker's still on the board. But you already have Justin Fields there, so you know Hendon Hooker isn't going to be going to Chicago. They have way too many needs. They have so much rebuilding to do. Oh, Devin Hester, he's a G.
The definition of a class player, because you'll see certain plays in certain games, you're like, oh, this guy has got some big time juice. He's 310 pounds. So if he plays like somebody that's is much smaller in terms of his athleticism and his burst. Ran really well, ran a 4.88 40. Got some knockback, but it's a consistency. If he had been consistent with those flashes that you see, even a first-round pick all day long, you can see how dynamic he is. You know where he was rated, who he was rated just ahead of in recruiting? Jalen Carter. So, like, he's got the talent. You see the glimpses. You can see it. There's glimpses there, and he's like a developmental type of guy. If you can get that out of him, man, he could be a special player. Matt Abraham believes that's what he can do, and he preaches all the effort he's going to have to coach. He's got to do that with Javon Dexter. Get that motor going on high at all times. That's the only way you can play for Abraham. Remember all the coaching changes at Florida. That affects young guys, right? So maybe, some consistency will help them.
And they've hit the line in both of their picks. Offensive line, Darnell right now, Javon Dexter, senior, and I should say this while we're waiting for the Chargers pick. I'll do my friend Dion a solid. That guy just made the pick right there. Devin Hester should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah, Hester should be in the Hall of Fame.
It's kind of time to do that. Plus, I also not only like doing Dion a favor, I don't want to upset with me. I could wind up in the transfer portal. You know what I'm saying?
Well, unless you're Louis.
All right, top needs for the Chargers: wide receiver, D-line, tight end. So we'll see what they do here.
Here's the Los Angeles Chargers' latest selection. That Quentin Johnston last night, tall receiver at TCU. Here comes Nick Hardwick.
Oh, Nick Hardwick.
I just want to take a brief moment to thank all of you fans from every team. We are so grateful for you. Without you, none of this would exist. We are so blessed. With the 54th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Tuipulotu.
Of course, he gets like the hardest name possible. All right, Thule.
USC got Chad Nwosu, played well for him, then left in free agency, went to Seattle. They go back to USC, get another guy with tremendous production for the Trojans. Some wondered, okay, is he going to up and kick inside, or do you keep him out on the edge? I think he's most comfortable out there on the edge.
Yeah, on the edge, he's the best.
Get off blocks and make plays, and he's one of those guys kind of always around the football. They use him some as a 4-eye, so inside the tackle, and then sometimes they really kick him out that wide line and give him a runway. I like him best out there. I think his power plays, and I think this guy has a real knack as a rusher. Had a bit of a hamstring that slowed his draft process, but you're right about the production. Led the country in sacks last year, and that movement defense for their defensive coordinator, Alex Grinch. And by the way, that was not a great defense, so tape was tough to watch, except for when Thule was in the backfield.
They might not have to move.
All right, wide receiver and edge so far for the Chargers. Chiefs trade up for the pick. Interesting. What's Kansas City going to do? They got their eye on somebody. Wide receiver, O-line, D-line.
Yeah, let's focus on the RV. RV? Okay, everybody look at the RV and smile. This is what you want for your family portrait.
$20. Let's get to a hundo. Hopefully we get some more people to come through too. Maybe, like I said, not everyone is, I guess, hardcore about the NFL draft. There's some people just like, day one, and maybe they don't really care as much for, day 2 or day 3. But, I mean, it is only once a year. But we got WWE, the draft there. You got some NBA playoff games, so you got that. MLB baseball as well, which reminds me, I need to take a quick peek to see how the Mariners are doing. I haven't checked in a little bit. 2-2. All right, what is it? 2-2. Raleigh homered, Kirk homered. Raleigh singled to right. Kellenick scored. Suarez the second, and Chapman doubled the center, and Vlad Jr. scored. All right, sounds like it's a good game. I have it recorded, so I'll end up watching that later. And obviously, I could have ended up doing the game. I mean, 2 great pitchers going after each other, Castillo and Manoah. But, I mean, it's the NFL draft. I mean, there's plenty of baseball games to do later. So, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do tomorrow and on Sunday. I probably won't do draft coverage on day 3 just because, every day past day 1, it's less and less people that care. So we'll try to figure out, some type of event on Saturday, maybe a Mariners or Dodgers or something of that nature. I'll take a quick peek tomorrow. Mariners play the Blue Jays at noon. Flexen versus Gossman. Oh, he's 0-4, so we'll probably lose that game. Cardinals and Dodgers on FS1 at 6:10. I'll probably do that. So I know, Sarah, it's been kind of tough, but Montgomery and Kershaw. So that's probably what we'll do tomorrow. We'll do Dodgers and Cardinals at 6 o'clock on FS1. So that'll be a nice kind of evening stream. People can take care of their stuff, during the day, and I'll watch a little bit of the draft stuff in the morning. And then once that's all pretty much completed, boom, we'll get into the Cardinals and the Dodgers, and we'll do that. So, and I haven't done a baseball stream in a minute, so I'm actually kind of excited about that. That's a good matchup. Cousin of Hufunga. $20 hairs. Let's get to a hundo. Aloha, my brother. How are you feeling today? Gunther and Imperium and Riddle went to Raw. Edge and Profits to SmackDown. Overall, how has the show been? Are they mixing in matches, with the draft process? How is it looking for WWE? Nothing on the Cash App side, but hopefully someone will, or a few people will help us on that end before the stream is over. I appreciate your hard work, Sarah. Like I said, I wouldn't be able to, do this. Like I said, some days are going to be better than others, but you just got to keep grinding. I mean, honestly, as long as I can, just pay my rent, pay my bills, you know what I mean, and do that, even if it's just the very bare minimum, and I can eat and have a roof over my head, and if that's just all I can do, that'll be good enough until I figure things out. If I have to do a secondary job and go and get a part-time job for like a day or 2 or 3 a week, but I'm not sure if we're there yet, but we are kind of close. But again, if we keep getting people like Cyberpunk and a few others to support, then I may be able to still continue, but still, hopefully we get more people to, show some love and support and donate and share and like and sub, and things will be a little bit easier for me since, some of those people aren't on the channel really on a regular basis anymore. Wide receiver, O-line, D-line.
Football league that's represented here, and also the Hunt family that has allowed my dad and I's dreams to come true. And now the beat goes on for the next generation. The Detroit Lions have traded the 55th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With that pick in the 2000
All right, Chiefs, let's see what you do here.
the Kansas City Chiefs select Rashee Rice.
Oh, interesting. Wow.
So they go wide out, but this is probably more in the mold of losing Juju Smith-Schuster and finding somebody to fill that.
Yes.
He's got unbelievable hands, and he's outstanding after the catch. The question was just going to be the pure speed. We're talking about them maybe looking for speed, CD. This is somebody that's all about acrobatic catches down the field, contested.
I mean, Mahomes is going to be throwing to you, so.
He's so productive. 230 catches, 3,000 yards. Like I said, when I watch him, I thought, boy, this guy is so productive. He's so good. There's so much to love about him. And then I saw all these lists, and I was like, why is he so much lower than these other players? Because, again, productivity screams out. Yeah, but why is he so much lower? What conference did he play in? American Athletic Conference. Sometimes that takes you down a bit. But going back to what DJ was talking about, to replace Juju Smith-Schuster, people forget Juju Smith-Schuster is a solidly built young man. Right? This
kid's 204 pounds. So when he runs those underneath drag routes and he runs those routes to the inside, he has this type of size and will snatch the football, take the hit, and complete the catch.
Well, the Bears moved up. While we were in commercial break waiting for the Chiefs pick, they moved up from 61. This is a pick they got, again, in the Carolina trade by way of San Francisco. Remember, Carolina flipped a trade up to
D-line, O-line corner for Bears. Let's see what they do. All right, Kansas City. Might not be a well-known name, but, you know, Mahomes makes everybody better, so.
With the 56th pick in 2023 draft, Chicago Bears select Tyreek Stevenson, DB, University of Miami.
There you go. It's only fitting that Devin Hester would have to return and make another pick. Well, they needed a pick like Florida the last time, so.
All right, Tyreek finally goes off the board. I'm going to go check up on Paisley here in a second since it's been about 2 hours.
Showing you an example again of the ball skills down the field. Some teams thought he might end up being a safety. He's played nickel, he's played outside. To me, wherever you play him, you're getting one tough, competitive defensive back.
And that's what you're going to need in the NFC North because that's Justin Jefferson over there, right? When you go to the Rams, Amon-Ra St. Brown, you're going to need to be tough, competitive, feisty to deal with those guys.
Okay, so we're still a couple of picks behind. It's now time for the New York Giants, ladies and gentlemen.
And NFL kickers are kicking too.
Stand up, New York! What a time to be a Giants fan. Now let's get to business. We're looking for smart. We're looking for tough. We're looking for dependable. With the 57th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, our New York Football Giants select John Michael Schmitz, center, Minnesota.
John Michael Schmitz.
He committed to PJ Fleck originally at Western Michigan and then followed him to Minnesota. And if that sounds like a long time ago, it's because it was. For 6 years, took it into that COVID year. Earlier from Wisconsin, also athletic, maybe not as tall as Tippett, but he can get out laterally and move from the center position, pull out. And rest assured, they were running the rock at Minnesota, and the big reason why was John Michael Schmitz. Yeah, elite.
Cool photo, cool helmet. Yeah, I'll probably go step outside, for a couple minutes here after the second round ends. So I might end up missing just like a pick or two. So I guess it depends on how many and how fast they go through it. Plus, I need to take care of Paisley. I just got her a little bit of food and everything, so probably finish up the second round and then I'll step away probably for like a couple minutes since we're just doing like 4 hours straight shot. And then once I do that, then we should be good the rest of the way. That way I can step outside, okay, and then take care of Paisley, give her some snacks and kisses and make sure she's okay. She's just kind of posted up on the couch, kind of snugging and resting, so.
Thank you. As an undrafted free agent, I'm honored to be here in Kansas City for the 2023 NFL Draft.
D-line, O-line, tight end.
I come to you as a former Dallas Cowboy, but I also want to honor the legacy of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, that girl's going crazy.
Like the great Otis Taylor and original honor, Lamar Hunt. But I'm here to represent the five-time world champion Dallas Cowboys.
Who haven't won a Super Bowl since 1995. Yeah, boo. Boo, boo. That's funny how they booed the Packers and the Cowboys. He said, hut, 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 hut. What the fuck? Oh, my God.
was the Dallas Texans before they became the Kansas City Chiefs.
Look, Schoonmaker to me is inline tight end, real easy mover. They can move him around in that offense. They throw a lot of these tight end screens. Just get the ball in his hands and makes things happen. You see what he did as a lead blocker there to help that run game. They love going to the Big Ten for tight ends. They've done it recently here. You look at Jake Ferguson from Wisconsin. They go get Hendershot from Indiana. Now they go to Michigan to get Schoonmaker.
He had an AC joint issue in his shoulders this year, but his production picked up huge after Eric Hall, their best tight end, went down with a season-ending injury.
Well, later on, the Cowboys choose 90th overall. I wonder what Michigan's player will take that.
All right, on the clock, the Buffalo Bills. We got Bills, Bengals, Jags, Eagles, Lions. And then once the Lions pick is done, I'll step outside for just a couple minutes, make sure Paisley's good, and then we'll be right back at it. Well, if they're going to be all braggy about it and everything and keep mentioning 5-time champ, I mean, but they haven't been relevant in a long fucking time. Well, I can't say they haven't been relevant. They've been relevant, but they haven't been championship worthy in a while. I mean, normally the team ends up being 500 or slightly above 500, but then choke. But they just don't have the proper organization with the proper players in place, you know? Yeah, some of those guys will be going off the board. I think Downs, a lot of people are surprised that he hasn't come off the board yet. But again, we'll see. So wide receiver, D-line, linebacker are the Buffalo Bills needs. And then we got Bengals after them, Jags, Eagles, and then the Lions.
Let me tell you about the greatest roster ever assembled. The monster, the outlaw. You can't forget about the boss. Sometimes you just want to be your heroes. The Subway Series, the greatest moment of all time.
All right, middle of the sixth, still 2-2 Mariners and Blue Jays, so that's a good sign. I'll watch that later. And then we got WWE Draft for SmackDown and AEW Rampage as well, all kinds of stuff. And then we got some NBA playoffs too. Busy day. Yeah, Hyatt as well, huh? He said it's gonna be May. All right, who will the Buffalo Bills take? They need to work on that defensive side of the ball. The defensive side of the ball. Buffalo Bills, Osiris Torrance. I mean, at some point, Osiris has got to go off the board. 6'5", 330 from Florida. Sitting there. Maybe the Bengals take him the next pick, because I highly doubt that Buffalo will take him, but I think the Bengals would. Bengals would take Osiris. You don't like that pick, the Kincaid? Kincaid's a good player. Arguably the best tight end in the draft. But they already have Dawson Knox there unless they don't believe in him. Or they want to run double tight end set. Shut up, Schrager. Such a punchable face. Left eye, right eye, big-ass nose. A liar, a cheater. Someone that pretends to be real but is Fugazi fake. Bitch ass. No one cares about you, Peter. Oh, Fred Jackson with the pick. Fred was very underrated. Yeah, boo. Yeah, boo, boo, boo. Fake ass Oos. Peter Schrager is not getting Oosie. Who is it? There it is, the Osiris pick. Bengals are like, fuck, we missed him by 1 pick. There he is. I knew he was coming off the board soon. Next 2 picks, it was either going to be Buffalo or the Bengals. Too good of a player to be sitting there. Surprised that he dropped so much. He was projected as high as like 19. So for him to go all the way to 59, obviously there's some concerns.
Interior player. So if you're quarterback, the one thing you want is you want to be firm up the middle. This guy provides that. And you remember when Mike Tyson made his first comeback, and he had a hype guy at the press conference screaming, "The butt kicker is back. The number 1 butt kicker in the business is back." That's Osiris Torrance up front. And guess what? They're going to need him because they're going to need to block Quinn Williams of the Jets. They need to block Christian Wilkins of the Dolphins. If they want to do what they want to do. And then, of course, you got to deal with the Bengals. And you got to deal all the way down the line with Kansas City.
Well, the Bengals' latest pick is in. They took Miles Murphy long time ago last night. Now it's time for AJ Green to make this announcement.
What up, Who Dat Nation? And it's an honor to be here.
AJ Green.
With the 60th pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals selects DJ Turner, corner, Michigan.
Another Michigan player off the board. All right, DJ. And you get to go to the Bengals, too.
This is a defense that was predicated on building that run front with Mozzie Smith. Hard edges on the outside.
And Mozzie Smith went to the Cowboys. Lots of Michigan.
Listen, I'll be honest. At times, I thought he was overshadowed by a true freshman on the field, Will Johnson, who we'll talk about in a couple of years. But when you turn on his tape, he's a
I mean, they need O-line, but they need defense as well. But, I mean, for him to fall to the Buffalo Bills, I imagine Osiris is ecstatic. I mean, like I said, sometimes going later in the draft, it has its perks because you end up sometimes going to a team that's a playoff team every year, and they really are going to use you. You actually have a chance to, get some pub and to make a difference on a team that already is a Super Bowl caliber team in the Buffalo Bills with Osiris Torrance as well as DJ Turner on the Bengals. Fuck, I have no idea whatsoever. Absolutely no idea. Shit, I don't even know what round he's going to go. Honestly. All right, Jags are on the clock. All right, Jags, Eagles, Lions, pre-roll.
Interest rates up. I've been looking to get a better savings account, but all the options have you up in the air. No yes. You know, at NerdWallet, we can help you make the smartest decision by comparing rates of top high-yield savings accounts.
36-32 Kings are up on the Warriors. 3-2 Blue Jays up on the Mariners.
The smartest decision for all your financial decisions.
Durant and Nike reach a lifetime deal. It's like one athlete's shoes that I've never purchased. I've seen some pretty cool looking KDs in my time, but I've never purchased one. I've purchased a pair of LeBron 10s like years ago, 10 years ago, but that was the only LeBrons that I've ever purchased. But they were pretty fire. That was when he was on the Miami Heat. Yeah. Fake ass Oos. Good thing I got all the windows closed. I'm not even having to use the AC today, but this is like the first day in Oregon where it's been almost 90. So got my walk with Paisley out of the way, and we went for 2 hours today. So we went exploring. Like I have this like school near my place. I got this like like river that's kind of close by, not too far, like in walking distance. And there's like a bridge, and so you can like cross the street where they have these like condos or apartments, and then cross the street, and it's like a field, and it leads underneath to a bridge, and there's some paths there, and it's nice, man. Paisley likes to explore. But then right towards the end of the walk, right before, like, it was still early. Like we went 8, 9 in the morning. Because I already knew it was going to start warming up. But by the time we got back, she was pretty tired. She likes to sleep and nap. Snug. Watch some shows. Got some shows out of the way too. 911. What do we got? I got Guy's Family Reunion. Guy Fieri. He did a family reunion show on the Food Network 10 years ago, and they did part 2. Very cool. I don't know if anyone likes Next Level Chef with Gordon Ramsay or Guy Fieri stuff. I love that shit. I can watch that every day. But I got the Guy's Family Reunion recorded. We got Law and Order, Organized Crime, Law and Order SVU, all kinds of stuff on here. I'm going to be very busy. Very busy today after the stream is over. Hyatt, Tillman, Mims, Downs, Jones, Dell, Scott, Perry, Wicks, Palmer. And most of those names, I think, not a lot of people know a lot about these guys besides maybe some of the wide receivers at the top. Yeah, Drake May's fantastic. All right, Jags. Another team on the up and up that I like seeing, have some progress. All right, Fred. Vol. Yeah, but all the other teams fans. Boo, boo, boo. All right, Jags, what you got for me? So many tight ends off the board in the second round.
One of those dudes, well, he finally started producing last year. DJ, it wasn't off the charts. Strange is the move tight end in that offense. He did a lot of things well. He could block well, but it never ultimately produced like those other guys I talked about. Yeah, but I think when you're looking for guys that can block, that jumped off the tape to me. I heard he was really athletic.
And sometimes it's going to be a blocker. Sometimes it's going to be, obviously a pass catcher or a combination of both. Oh, we have a trade with the Eagles. Oh, the Eagles don't even keep their pick. They trade back for all the Philadelphia fans that were just desperately waiting until this point. And now they got to wait to the third round. Hopefully I don't miss too many of the picks when I, have to step outside for a moment. So then I got to make sure I got Paisley dinner, make sure that she's fed and snugged and she's feeling safe and loved. All right, so we got Texans and then the Lions, and then we're going to go into the third round. All right. Quarterback, wide receiver, and D-line were the primary needs. Cushing. He's like, oh, PEDs all day, every day, baby. Tell him, Cushing. Juice. First, we have sauce last year. Now we got the juice. Juice is temporary. Sauce is forever.
want to see him be more consistent in that area. I know he can do it. Just want to see the consistency improve. I thought he's better as a power player than as a move space type player. Yeah, kind of reminds you a little bit of Mustafa, right? Remember him coming out of there, Sam Mustafa? And then when
Free coffee with mayo in Nashville, huh? All right, the Lions are on the clock. And I think the picks are going to be much faster in the third round. And then obviously 4 through 7, that's like all morning, you know. Oh, the Broncos. Did the Broncos just trade up? Broncos just traded up. I got to message my boy if he's not watching. Broncos. All right, here we go. This is going to be the first pick for Sean Payton. What is it? First pick for the Broncos in the draft. Let's see what they do here. They need offensive line, linebacker, and running back. And maybe a quarterback in a year or two after they pass on Russ. DeMarcus Ware. He's like, I'm not even going to announce for the Cowboys. I'll announce for the Broncos. All right, Broncos, show me. First pick for them. All draft. Who is it? Oh, that's not too bad of a pick. That's a Sean Payton guy. Okay. Marvin. There's others that might be debatably better, but Emmanuel Sanders kind of comparison, it makes sense. Some guys, you know, they might be, you know, known as a better player, but maybe this was just a better fit for them after a lot of the top tier guys were off the board.
Linear routes are just so good down the field. In fact, he averaged over 20 yards per catch. He had 45 catches of over 20 yards. He's a high production guy in high school Texas, and Texas high school football set a record for over 5,000 yards. I'm with you on this one. This is the type of guy that can help you, and in particular, help you get down the field and stretch the defense. They have a lot of receivers in Denver. So when you're sitting there thinking,
my buddy Justin that I road trip with, he asked me, what do you think? You know, it's not like top tier, but, you know, based on getting the last pick in the second round and you had to trade up for it. Yes, there's other wide receivers that are still available that people are going to say, maybe this guy's better or maybe this guy's slightly better. But if this is a Sean Payton guy and it's an Emmanuel Sanders comparison, I totally see why they did that. And now we're already going into the third round. I wish I could just smoke in the house, you know what I mean? But obviously can't do that. It's like when you have something that you want to watch and whatnot. And I don't have any gummies, so can't go that route. All right, baby. All right, round 3. Bears, Eagles back to back unless they flip, and then Broncos again. San Fran's got 3 of the last 4 picks in this round, too. Something to keep an eye on. And then Eagles get back-to-back picks, number 2 and number 3, which will be interesting to see what they do as well. Salute to the military. I feel like nowadays everyone knows at least somebody in their family or friend that's in the military, been in the military, you know, Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force. My dad was in the Air Force back in the day before he became a teacher. So shout out. Notable players selected 64th overall. Hey, it's me, DK Metcalf. So it shows you can still get top 12 players at a position, even sliding down. You're going to get gems. And sometimes, you'll get them in the first round and second round, and every once in a while you'll get a third rounder that does better than expected, like DK Metcalf, even though he was built like an American gladiator in college at Ole Miss. You knew he would probably be good. Just didn't really have the route tree. He didn't really know how to run routes, but he could do everything else. He had the body size for it. And then obviously you're going to get some gems, rounds 4 through 7. Those are more like project players, bench guys, depth guys. But as you look on the board here, there's like Washington still available, even though a shitload of tight ends went off in that second round. Hyatt is a good player. Hooker is available. Ringo from Georgia. So, I mean, there is still notable names. Downs is still on there. So not all those names are like memorable. Tillman from Tennessee also. But if you look at those names there still are some recognizable names that are going to be picked here in the third round. But again, this, as far as talent is concerned, one of the weaker drafts in the last 5 years. I mean, you can tell by just, a lot of the filler names that people are not really accustomed with. All right, we're in round 3 now.
Pretty crazy to be here right now. I'm off a few Bud Lights, so give me a second here. But I'll recognize that I'm in Kansas City, so go Chiefs.
Cole Bennett.
But I'm really here to say, bear down. Where are we at, Chicago? All right, here we are.
He's like, I had too many beers. He's like, I need to hold the card real close. I'm drunk as fuck. Zach Pickens. He said, I've had too many beers, bro. Zach with 2 C's. He's special if he's got 2 C's in his name. Yeah, that ACL tear is the reason why people are staying away. They're just waiting. But I would be shocked if Hooker doesn't go in this round. I would assume 3rd or 4th round is where most people assume that he would go. You just had to wait for Levis to go out the board and then see who wants to take a chance on a guy, and maybe have their star quarterback, have him groom, this young kid. And at some point, Hooker might get his chance, to start based off an injury or, just if he heals up. And there is a chance that Hooker could maybe do something at some point or another. Yeah, and then obviously there was a chance that Hooker could have possibly gone in the second. But again, there's just so many needs with O-line, D-line, secondary, and all these other positions that need to be filled. Hooker, I feel, is more of like just a value pick. It's like you don't really need him, but I guess if you want to take a chance. But, I mean, if you have offensive line holes and you take Hooker, that could be pretty detrimental, especially if those holes don't get filled by players that you believe in. So.
We were made to help you find the best way there.
Is a new title really necessary? Sir, after bestowing the gift of renting ease to millions, a bump is in order. Okay, listen. Master of the rental sphere. Wow.
Well, is it too much? Martin's got place to find a place. Now, this is an upgrade. Away we go.
Your boy. Banana boy. All right, Eagles on the clock with back-to-back picks unless they trade back. D-line running back, obviously were the primary needs. Let's see what Philadelphia does with these next 2 picks. The Philadelphia Bulldogs are on the clock. AJ's back. Nice. I've missed him. He's one of my top 5 guys in WWE that I enjoy. Kevin Owens, another one. Seth Rollins. Bianca Belair, Charlotte are always good. All right, Eagles. Let's see what they do now. Yeah. I mean, there's a huge drop-off. But again, Hooker, who's to say if Hooker gets healthy and gets on the right team with the right coach, with the right supporting cast, he could be better than Levis and Richardson. I mean, obviously people are hoping that Richardson pans out, but again, we don't know if Richardson or Levis is going to pan out. I mean, there's a pretty good chance that they bust. That's a possibility. It might be individual. It might be based off the organization not giving them the right supporting cast, but I mean, one thing's for sure. I think CJ and Bryce have the best shot to succeed. That's a no-brainer, but even they will struggle. So, but you're definitely not going to have all 5 quarterbacks be starters in this league. They're not all going to be dominant. There's no way. It's just not going to happen. I mean, they'll be lucky to have 1 or 2 out of the 5 guys actually be relevant in 4 to 5 years. All right, Philadelphia Bulldogs, show me something. I mean, who are you going to go after now? Cyberpunk with a dono saving your boy. Oh my gosh. In the message that he wrote me, I'll read it here in a second. Thank you, man. The true MVP. And if I didn't have Cyberpunk, things would be a lot more stressful. The true MVP to the stream, Cyberpunk with a $50 dono on. He mentions, hey, O-Dog, for the gap tooth player that you drafted. Let's go, my boy. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. The number 1 donator of the channel, number 1 supporter, hands down. The one that's really keeping me going, doing this full time. And I can't tell you how important that is, to me, to be able to continue my dream and to continue grinding it out every day or almost every day, doing the thing that I love doing the most when I don't get to spend time with you guys and record and be able to try to help people with mental health and cover these different events. It definitely puts me in a little bit of a funk. Let alone, I mean, it's I did invest quite a bit in myself and on the channel, and sacrificing a PSA 9 Michael Jordan rookie card that's worth $20,000 to $30,000. I don't know how many people would be willing to do something like that to further their dream, but I did. And Cyberpunk, I appreciate you. $50 dono by my boy for the gap tooth player that you drafted, Cody Mosh. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Yes. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Appreciate you. $30 to go. Tyler Steen, and then who? Yeah, let's go Tyler Steen first. He said, for that gap tooth player, you know what, brother? My guy. All the gaps. Appreciate you. All right, let's get the Tyler Steen in here. So if it's not a Georgia player, it's a fucking Alabama player. And then another DB from Illinois was Sidney Brown. Yeah, when's the last time we've seen 3 DBs come out of a college in the draft this early? I'm trying to remember. Maybe like like an Alabama or like super team, but for a team like Illinois to have 3 guys in their secondary get drafted into the 3rd round, that's pretty impressive. No lie. Starting off with the Seahawks with their pick. Seems like they are very physical, and maybe if they had any kind of offense, maybe they would have been a little bit better last year. All right, first true safety off the board. Back-to-back picks for the Eagles. Now the Broncos are on the board. For the gap tooth playa, my boy Cyberpunk. Appreciate you so much, man. Oh, look at that. Odin's son, he's a true original OG. First one that really donated to me, that believed in me when others didn't. And, he's got, family, he's got kids, he's got the hardcore belt. He's got a lot of responsibilities. But he always will go the distance for me, sending me wrestling figures, knowing that I'm so busy and I don't have the money to buy them myself, sending me John Moxley, Kenny Omega, a dual set figure, which is fucking incredible. It's in the living room on top of the cable box. And normally I get, complaints when I have too much of my shit out in the open, but I haven't got any complaints on that figure, and I look at it every day. And then you also sent me a Sting, a Jericho, and a Kenny Omega. And we got a big $60 dono from Odin's son. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. All right, Broncos pick. Oh, Drew Sanders. Thank you, Odin. You are an OG. Shout out to Odin's son and Cyberpunk for holding it down. I appreciate you guys more than you'll know. You guys are more important to me than you'll ever know. Very interested to see what these Bronco players do under Sean Payton. It ain't no more Russell Wilson's team. It's Sean Payton's team. So, again, if there's going to be any talk back or any pushback, I'm telling you, after this year, there is a high possibility that they'll bench him, even though there's all this money and trade picks involved. It's Sean Payton's job or Russell Wilson's job. What do you think Sean Payton's more concerned about? Russell Wilson's job or his own? It's going to be his own in that franchise. Yeah, in round 2, you ended up getting Steen. So they might be doing some double tight end sets, something of that nature. He said, "Oh, dog, I've had some making up to do." I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. And to act like, things like that don't matter. I mean, like I said, we already know. I mean, the true OGs to the channel, know what it's been like in 2023 compared to 2022. At times it's been very hard. But I appreciate you guys so much for sticking with me, believing in me, and I'm going to keep grinding it out. And I just love the community. And as long as I can pay my bills, pay my rent, have a roof over my head, I don't get evicted, I can pay my bills on time or even late, and I can continue to do the dream. That's really all I want to do in life. I want to be a good dad to Paisley. I want to be able to be that doggo dad. I want to be able to do my dream on here and, and not have anything really get into the way of that if possible. Thank you, Odin. Odin, son, $60 dono. Bang, 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 boom, 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 bang, bang, boom, boom, bang, bang. Cactus Jack says, "I love you. Appreciate you." Thank you, Cyberpunk. Thank you, Odin's son. Appreciate you. You guys are awesome. And I won't lie, I was a little, kind of like, well, I don't really know who's going to show up, for day 2. I know some people are going to, go other places. They're going to watch other programs. You got WWE, you got NBA playoffs, you got MLB, movies, hot, enjoyable weather, depending on where you live. So thank you, man. I appreciate you guys more than you'll know. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sarah with the spoiler. The Lions take Hooker. That's a good spot. So you got Hooker there with all those amazing weapons on top of, being there with Jared Goff and the Goffense. And everyone that wants to talk shit about Jared Goff is actually, as far as like those quarterbacks that are like middle, that aren't top tier, Carr, Cousins, and like after, number 11 through number 20, I actually kind of like Goff. No lie. Like if Goff came to Tampa Bay, it's better than what I got right now. And you saw what he did with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, I don't think Goff is the problem. You know what I mean? They just took the risk and traded him away because they could get Stafford to try to win the Super Bowl. But now, after what you saw Stafford get hurt and him getting older, his time is up. Like, he ain't going to win anymore. They had that one chance of winning, and they did it, and now it's done. So mission completed of winning. But Goff is still a pretty solid QB. I actually like him. But again, a lot of people don't like Kirk Cousins or Carr, and I don't really mind those guys either. Not everyone can be a fucking Patrick Mahomes, So the birthday week. Oh, really? Yeah, my birthday's coming up here pretty soon, too. My birthday is... What day is my birthday? My birthday's on Tuesday. Amon-Ra, speaking of. Let's go. I like this. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And the good thing for Hooker with the Lions, right? You actually will have a chance to probably play. Like maybe Goff gets hurt. You'll learn under Goff. There's some weapons there. You're not going to be starting right away, but you weren't going to start right away anyways. You know what I mean? But there is a possibility at some point or another, if something happens to Goff and he heals up, that he might be able to get a chance to shine. I'm not sure if Hooker is the future, but, like I said, I thought the Saints and the Seahawks were the most natural fits to learn under Geno and Carr, but to learn under Goff, I think this is a really good fit. I like it. I like what the Lions have done. I know a lot of people are like, oh, they reached in the first round. They're dumb. They're idiots. Do we really think that? Obviously the running back pick was a little bit of a reach from Alabama, but he has Jamal Charles comparison. So if you get Jamal Charles kind of talent and Swift might be gone, Jamal Williams is gone to the Saints, I don't mind it, really. It was a little high, but if that's the guy they wanted, that's the guy they wanted, right? And then they got, obviously, Captain Jack, from Iowa. People were bitching and complaining about that. I like that pick. Guy's motherfucking smart. The guy is like Brian Urlacher smart. Guy's he's got it up here, right? And then now you got a little Hendon Hooker action. So, and I always root for the Lions. I know that they year in, year out, but you can kind of get the feeling under Dan Campbell that they're going to make the wild card in the next probably 3 years. You just got to make sure Jameson Williams stops fucking gambling, 27 TDs, 2 picks. Caleb 42-5. Holy cow. CJ Stroud 41-6. Bryce Young 32-5. Yes, he was awesome. And that, funny thing is, I was going to pick him, but you knew the same thing that I knew, that he might break out, and he turned into like a top 6 receiver last year. And he is going to be going in the first round or second round in a lot of fantasy football drafts for sure. Justin Jefferson will be the first, but Amon-Ra, if you end up picking him, he's awesome. Indy Hartwell, Nakamura to Raw. Oh, Damage Control SmackDown. Okay, keep me updated. Lamb of God, Pantera. That's a fucking concert. Ginger on the 13th. Oh, Amon Amarth and Ghost. Awesome, dude. Awesome, dude. How's that hardcore belt doing? Do you put it around your waist or your shoulder when you're like watching wrestling? Do you got it like do you have it like a display, like on a wall? You have it hanging on a wall? You have it back in the little case? That's so cool that you ended up getting that, bro. Shout out to Cyberpunk and Odin's son, man. Wouldn't be able to, there's a lot of key contributors to this channel that make this thing this operation run. And it's definitely not just a single person thing. It might have been that way when I was running it back in the day, but it feels so much better, to be that way. Oh, we got a little YouTube star here. They're like, oh, Ryan. He's like, you get a lot of views. Let's have you announce the pick. Dell finally off the board. Texans having a kind of a sneaky draft, man. Dell is a sleeper too. It don't fit. I love it. I'm a big fan of the big gold WCW belt. In my opinion, that's one of the top 3 belts of all time. The shape of it, the look of it. When you if you're gonna buy a belt just to show off and have it on your shoulder, I would take that belt over the big W belt that they had. And it looks like the big gold. The W is smaller, interchangeable plates. I like it. I like it a lot. It's actually the first WWE belt that I'm like, wow, I really like this. And then they had big gold, had the NWO spray paint version, and Wolfpack with the red, and obviously black spray paint for the black and white. The spinner belt, Cena, Rated R Superstar with Edge, the Smoking Skull belt, the Rock belt. There's a lot of them. The Intercontinental old belt, the old belts from back in the day. Yeah, but I do like it. I do like it a lot. Awesome, dude. That's so awesome. He said arch enemy. It's true.
Congratulations on your Super Bowl victory. In the National Football League, they have a saying called next man up. They say next man up. And so I'm here representing the great and late Willie Brown.
Raiders. Cornerback, O-line, D-line. And yes, we already know, they never really have a complete team. O-line was a disaster. Defense was a disaster. But with that being said, they do have passionate fans.
Willie Brown took great pride in encouraging all National Football League fans and all television audiences to remember your mom.
Mother's Day's coming up. Absolutely.
With the 70th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the
Raiders.
Byron Young, defensive tackle, Alabama.
Another Bama player off the board.
When you watch him, he got a lot of cleanup with Will Anderson. So you see Will Anderson create some havoc, and then he was able to finish it off and clean it up. And he's going to play in that tilted nose off the center. You can use him some as a 3 technique. I think his real value is against the run early on, and maybe more to come as a pass rusher.
Yeah, he knows how to use his hands very well, plays with great leverage and strength inside.
He dropped a little bit further than you thought, Matt, huh? But like I said, you're still going on day 2. It's 3rd round. And a lot of guys that are projected for second, they just don't get fucking picked in the 2nd round. So, Saints on the clock. D-line, tight end, offensive line. And I imagine if the Saints, if Hendon Hooker didn't go, to the Lions, I think that he would have got picked by the Saints here at 8, maybe. I mean, you would think that would be a good fit. But again, the Saints always pick, pieces that, no one has an answer for. He's all reading it off before they announce him. He's like, get the fuck out of here. All right, Troy, read it. Who dat? A running back. So they're like, well, Alvin Kamara is going to go to prison, so let's get a running back. Well, I hope he doesn't go to prison, but still have to go to get that settled. They need a contingency plan, a backup plan. And they got an offensive line to have him run behind. All right, Saints. Yeah, Downs and Hyatt are still there as well. Yeah, crazy, right? So Downs, North Carolina, Hyatt, Tennessee. And then the other Tennessee receiver is still available, but we knew that Hyatt would be the one that goes first. But also, too, with Hooker, I think some of the draft stock fell a little bit. After Hooker got hurt, then those guys weren't able to perform on that same level with Hooker under center, the backup, so. All right, so we got Cardinals, Rams, Browns, the next 3 picks. I was planning on stepping outside and whatnot, but I think the pre-roll was calling my name. I got one of those packs that has like 10, different kinds in there. 5 different kinds, 2 each. So, yeah, my dispensary down the road, they're good to me. And I'm getting like all these extra discounts and shit. And they had like an extra discount that I could use for like my birthday. But I was like, nah, I'll wait, until I buy something like gummies and a pack and whatnot. But I'll tell you, you can get like in Oregon, you can go to dispensary and you get like a little tube and it'll have like 1 or like 2 in it. But when you just get the cigarette pack and you open it up and everything is already set up for you, and on the back you flip it over, it goes over all the flavors. It's just so convenient, man. So you don't have to worry about the tubes. You just act like and I don't smoke cigarettes. That's the closest thing that I have to do that. But oh man, they're so good, flavorful too, man. Yeah, but it is surprising that they're still there. But they're going to be going off the board, you would think, pretty soon. Back-to-back pick for the Eagles. I feel they're going to be role players, and that's what it is. It's not going to be the splashy, flashy pick of like the Georgia players, from day one. But anytime that you can end up getting, a player that like Steen, an offensive lineman. Obviously, you want to be able to bring guys like that in to be able to protect and help you, and Jalen and your running back. So I like that one a lot. And then the Sidney Brown, they had three obviously secondary members from Illinois go in the draft, so they had something special. I wouldn't expect a whole lot out of Steen or Brown. You just, don't expect anything. And then if they end up doing anything above and beyond the normal expectations, then it's going to be a win. So I think it's kind of more of like they're talented, but anytime you pick someone in the 3rd round through 7th round, it's, projects. So they're project players. They're not necessarily immediate starters unless there's a need, and you'll see how they build. Look at Jordan Davis. He barely played last year. Nakobe Dean. So, you just got to keep stacking the chips. But I actually do like the picks that you got. They're not going to be really like famous names. But again, once you get to the 3rd round and on, some of the names aren't going to be really recognizable. So, but I actually do like it. Not as much as day one, but so far so good for you guys. And I like seeing them do some work on the defensive side of the ball. That's important because that's really what held you guys back. If you want to win the Super Bowl, you're going to need those Georgia players to develop and not be just good players, but some of them have to turn into great or elite out of those 4 that you drafted. Someone needs to break out, or multiple guys need to break out. It doesn't have to be all 4, but you would prefer, 3 out of 4 pan out and the other guy is like a good role player, Cyberpunk, Odin Sun, save the day. Appreciate that. You guys are the best. Fuck, the Mariners lost. Fuck! 3-2. Damn it. I hope Louise didn't get the loss. Oh, no, got the loss. Good. Damn. Fucking A. 11-15 record. That's brutal. But the Blue Jays are fucking good. So things have not panned out for Sarah's Cardinals or my Mariners this year, but I still have faith that we can turn it around. I imagine I have a little bit more faith than Cardinal fans, but it's a long season. Baseball is a long, long season. I actually do like this Miller pick to the Saints, even though I'm a Bucs fan.
With the 72nd pick in the 2023
All right, Cardinals.
NFL Draft,
130, 70 to go.
Garrett Williams, defensive back, Syracuse. Instincts and quickness, that's Garrett Williams. He up with an ACL, so it's hard to slot him in. Wondered where he was going to go in this draft. Thought this was an opportunity for him to go in the 3rd round. Some had him a little bit later on. The deep speed is really the only question, but you can watch him on special teams. You'll see him on kickoff coverage. You see the toughness and the instincts. Those are his best traits he's working with. They're going to trust him to play off, find the ball, go get it. Peter Schrager.
Peter Schrager, boo. It's like, what can I do to do the least amount of work and act like I'm smart? Shut up, Peter, you bitch ass.
So who do you think that could be, Daniel Jeremiah?
I talked to Coach Dable at the Senior Bowl. Speed. They felt like they needed to get faster. They've added some fast pieces in the offseason, including Paris Campbell.
63-53, Kings are up on the Warriors on the road. That's impressive.
The Los Angeles Rams have traded the 73rd pick to the New York Football Giants.
All right, Giants are up.
With the 73rd pick in the 2023
All right, who is it?
NFL
We got a lot of holes to fill.
The New York Giants select Jalen Hyatt.
Oh, Hyatt goes. Daniel Jones gets another option to work with. Good for him. I mean, you probably would want to have someone better than Daniel Jones like throwing to you. But again, Jalen should be able to make an impact on this roster. And Daniel Jones actually played better than people expected, under that new coaching staff. So also a healthy Saquon will also bless you and your team and your city if he stays healthy for a year. And that's what we got. A healthy Saquon, a giant team that could be, close to the playoffs, barely miss it, or maybe get in as a wild card. Low-key, nice pick for the Giants because you got to think Daniel Jones turned into a runner. A lot of people don't know that unless you play fantasy or watch the Giants games. But he ran more last year under the new coaching regime with Dayball than ever before. We just thought, oh, he's just a pocket guy and maybe a shitty pocket guy at that, at best, right? We're like, Daniel Jones, he's kind of like, he went to Duke, whatever, right? But a healthy Saquon, keep building the offensive line, keep building the defense, build around the personality of Dayball. And look at Saquon, Hyatt, Wan'Dale Robinson's underrated, and you got Darren Waller. Yeah, it's starting to shape up pretty good. I mean, when they got Waller, you have to understand that's a big move. That this is it's a recognizable name for Giant fans, even if they're drunk. They're like, oh, they already had that guy maybe penciled in as one of the options. And there's obviously better fits, than the Giants, but I think it's a low key, just like Finley said, a good pick. David in the building. What to do? Fly, Eagles, fly, brother. I can because you guys did it, last year. 2 Georgia players. Let's do it again. Roo, roo, roo. All right, Browns are up. The dumpster fire of the NFL. Tillman off the board. Another Tennessee player. And that's what happens sometimes when one guy goes off the board at a position, then other teams get a little nervous thinking, well, fuck, if I don't capitalize now, it might be the only time I can, get this player. And there you go. They tend to do that with tight ends a lot too, but primarily wide receivers. It's just one after another, like we got obviously in day one. Sometimes just someone has to be that first person just to pull the trigger and get it started. And this situation for him and the Giants is obviously better than this. I mean, even though Deshaun Watson, we don't really know what we're going to get there, but the Browns are the dumpster fire of the NFL. There we go. Matt's starting to get some of his favorites off the board, making him smile, feel a little bit better. wondering when those guys were going to be off the board. All right, Falcons on the clock, D-line, corner, wide receiver. Yeah, and you're going to need those 4 guys to develop. None of them are great, but all of them are good, right? So you just need to be able to see if Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean can get more playing time. And then obviously with your draft picks that you have, this year as well, you just got to have some of them develop, Just got some of those guys have to develop.
We're staring at a Yeti cooler that burnt up in a house fire. We rescued this off a boat fire. Oh my God.
But obviously with Nolan Smith and, Jalen Carter, going with the guys that they got last year with Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean, I mean, they're winners. It's like teams, stacking up on Alabama players from years past. But obviously Georgia is kind of the new Alabama. So, and you're trying to get guys on that side of the ball. And that's the only thing that really held the Eagles back is the defense. And honestly, I was surprised that they didn't win the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? I thought they were going to be like the Buccaneers and the Rams, but they don't really have the same type of Hall of Fame players as we do. Fletcher Cox is maybe a Hall of Fame type of player, but he didn't show out or show up in the Super Bowl. Big play Slay. I mean, a lot of their guys just didn't make enough plays. You can't get no sack lunches or picks thinking you're going to win a Super Bowl. So I do hope that those 4 guys pan out, or at least 3 out of the 4, and then hopefully that'll lead you guys to a Super Bowl with Jalen, who I was already sold on in college. But just it was kind of funny to see all the Eagle fans that were talking to me, saying that, I don't know. Oh, I think you're dumb. I don't think Jalen is the guy. Well, now, fast forward a couple years, I'm looking pretty smart with that. So, I told Birdman, don't doubt me, bro. You might be an Eagles fan, but that doesn't necessarily mean you know more than me. Sometimes you just can tell if a guy is going to be a fit. And a lot of it is him off the field and the man that he is, the leadership. That's why I knew. And his gameplay was kind of like Dak. So, I just knew if they, actually gave him a fair shot to play, that was the future. So, but apparently when they played the Buccaneers the year that we won the Super Bowl and they lost, it wasn't Jalen's fault. They didn't even have a fucking true number 1 receiver at that point. And then once they got A.J. Brown, things got better. So sometimes you got to crawl before you walk, but certain fans, they don't understand that. They just want instant results, and it just doesn't work like that. So I am rooting for the Eagles to get it done at some point or another. I got to do it for my girl, Colleen Wolfe. That too. That's very true. You're disappointed? You're a Bronco fan. Why? Because you wanted Hyatt instead, the bigger name. But maybe Sean Payton likes Mims. You know what I mean? Like there's a particular reason that they went that route. So, I mean, honestly, with all the injury problems that you've had with Sutton and all the other guys on the wide receiving core, and then obviously the problems with Russ, you just need guys that are going to be able to catch and make plays. So, and you still got Dulcich. And I really like Dulcich. That could be something that really develops with Sean Payton. So, remember, you still got key pieces there. And your running back got hurt early, right? And if you end up having a guy like that play all year long, then maybe things are a little bit different with Javonte Williams, which is another player I really love. So, yeah, it happens, though, when you're supposed to have too much hype, for that first round. So, still some good names left on the board, even when they were in the 3rd round, like recognizable names: Washington, Georgia, Ringo, Georgia. So we'll see if the Falcons grab Ringo or one of these guys from Georgia. They're not going to go Pitts because they are, they're not going to go tight end Washington because they already have Pitts, but maybe Ringo if they want to keep it in the family. Let's go, Kraken. Ohio State University. Zach Harrison. Ohio State football is fun to watch. I like watching them every morning to kind of get the day started because obviously Pac-12 games usually don't come on until later. And sometimes you'll be hungover, not feeling too good. But, once you get that Michigan or Ohio State game in the morning, if they play someone better than just some shit team in the conference, it's probably one of the teams I really, truly enjoy watching on Saturdays. Also because they have a lot of NFL talent there too. So You know, you got Georgia, you got Bama, but right there with them is going to be Ohio State too. Falcons kind of having a sneaky draft there too. In the last couple of years, you know, you got Kyle Pitts, Drake London. You know, you got obviously Desmond Ridder, who may or may not be the answer. Bajan. You know, I love that pick. So. Patriots are due for like a random, like who? Like, you know, from Youngstown State, you know, Mike Smith. You're like, who the fuck is that? We're going to get that pick at some point between the 3rd and 7th round for the Patriots. Let's see what this one is. Who is it, New England? There it is. There it is. Do I call that shit or what? Sacramento State? You know, when you watch drafts year in and year out, you just know. That's hilarious. I mean, they could have waited for the 4th to 7th round to do the no-name guy from the small fucking school, but that is Bill's MO. He might be a cheater, but he'll find the best that he can. And how many people do you think have this guy on their board in this round? Let's be honest. It might be only New England. Unbelievable. Thank you, Bill, for making me look smart. Yeah, but if you know that, David, if you know that Levis is Baker Mayfield, why would you draft him? They're pumping these picks out. All right, Rams. Oh, the other Byron Young. Wow, Byron Young and then the other Byron Young. Ringo's still on the board. I wonder where he'll go. And both Byron Youngs were in the SEC. He's working up to manager, he said, at the dollar store. All right, we got Packers, Colts, Titans, and then Tampa, Seahawks. All right, what are the Packer fans going to complain about now?
Tennessee, Ohio State, Sac State, Tennessee. Yes. I'm going to shout out to my amazing wife, Genesis Butler, and I love the Packer fans. Yeah, because they're one of the owners. That's the owner group. Shout out to Brian Gutekunst, the best GM.
I don't know if I go that far, Leroy. Tip those picks. Offensive player.
The Green Bay Packers select Tucker Kraft, tight end, South Dakota State.
There's another boo. There's, you know, all these. Two tight ends. Yeah, I imagine Packer fans are so thrilled with that. The Jackrabbits.
He just refuses to go on the ground. He's 254 pounds and he plays to that size, CD. This is the benefit of a deep class. You get value here with this pick. Certainly do. Joel is a quarterback. Getting those double tight ends, especially
Van Ness, Musgrave, Reed, Kraft. I can just imagine all the Packer fans crying right now and complaining. I mean, hell, if you're not going to like the Lucas Van Ness pick, you're not going to like any of the others. If you're already going to hate on that first pick and if you don't like that one. All right, Colts. Sarah. There it is. Tyreek Glenn. All right, Colts. Who is it? Oh, Downs. There we go. There we go. There we go. I like that pick. All right. Well, they'll have a nice little 1-2 punch there, adding to the receiving core, which they have some weaknesses there that they need to improve. I like the pick. Hyatt's gone. Downs is there. Take him. I like it. I like it. So now Richardson to Downs. That could be a little 1-2 punch, huh? No, Drake May to Tampa Bay. May to Tampa Bay. It's just, why not? Sounds good, doesn't it? May to Tampa Bay. Anyone that has a picture like this, I'm going to be rooting for. Look at this one. One of the coolest photos out of anyone in the draft. Look at this one. I mean, obviously, we know Antoine Randall, isn't necessarily like Hall of Fame. Ooh, look at that one. Let's go. I have to check the Discord. I didn't have the Discord open. One sec. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. That's awesome, bro. Heck yeah, dude. You're the man. You the man. Yeah. Before I die, we would definitely will link up, bro. We have to go to we could always go to a football thing, like a Chiefs game together, but I think going to a wrestling event together, we'd have more fun. We're going to have a lot of fun at a football game. And obviously I would love to see Kansas City and Mahomes and Kelsey in person before the end is near, whenever that may be. But I think, going to a wrestling event or even just going to a Comic-Con or a wrestling show, like a WrestleCon, together or something would be really cool too. I mean, someone that has the love and appreciation for wrestling as much as me, because obviously Preston and Justin don't watch on a regular basis anymore. Very hardcore, but I never gave up on it. I mean, I still collect the figures and I, still watch every week. So I'm never going to give up on it. That's just how it is. I don't care how many people tell me it's stupid, it's fake. Grow up. I mean, hell, I still watch cartoons and wrestling, and that's never going to change. Those are things that make me happy, and I never will stop watching those things ever. Period. Ooh, bro, that would be good. That would be good. I mean, the Jets got a lot of up-and-coming players. Garrett Wilson, Sauce Gardner. I mean, besides the whole Aaron Rodgers being there now, that would be awesome. Darnell Washington's still on the board. Panthers on the clock. Where will they go? Adetomi Iwa Adebawa Ore from Northwestern. Defensive end is the best fit for the Panthers. But with a name like that, that's going to be a hard one to pronounce. They might not even pick him just because they can't pronounce the name. They're like, AA, double A. Like Arn Anderson. We can't say your first name or your last name. Chiefs don't fare well. Yeah, it's hard to win there. Even though their team sometimes is not the greatest. Yeah, obviously going to the East Coast and certain buildings, playing outside. Yeah. Is it NFL season yet? Fuck. At least the draft is here. Some people don't appreciate it, but us diehards do. All right, Panthers.
With the 80th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select DJ Johnson, linebacker, Oregon.
Ducks, baby. DJ Johnson going off the board before Noah Sewell. That's interesting. Go Ducks.
I feel like this has been the theme for the defensive linemen that have gone today. We've seen an unbelievable amount of edge rushers come off the board.
Wide receiver, tight end. I assume that's what you played. First Oregon Duck player to the Panthers, and Panthers, are kind of used to Duck players. Jonathan Stewart was there as well. All right, DJ. It's a project player. It's not, maybe as flashy as Young or the Mingo, you know what I mean? But it does address a need and add someone with Spider, right? Spider Burns. You needed to have that other guy, right? I mean, out of the guys that we had on the team, he was the best guy that the Ducks had up front, besides Kayvon Thibodeau, from the year before. And then obviously Penei Sewell's brother, Noah Sewell. So I know it's not probably ideal, and there's some other guys that are on the board that are more like bigger names, like Ringo from Georgia, but you do need to pair up someone with Spider Burns. So maybe it wasn't the right player for some, but it did address the correct position that need to be addressed. I'd assume that probably outside, but I mean, if you could probably play the slot as well. I mean, anytime if you are a tight end wide receiver, usually you can play everything. It just depends if you have enough muscles to block, the DNs. If they put you at tight end, if you're a good pass catcher, they can, even if you're undersized, they can put you there. But obviously sometimes you gotta have the frame to do it too. Canes won in OT. Yeah, see, your boy knows. O-Dog pays attention, Matt. 200 to 185. There you go. Yeah, so it would make sense for you to do a wide receiver then. All right, offensive line and wide receiver are the Titans' needs. Yeah, Ringo's still on the board, and even though you don't need that position necessarily, if you don't get Ringo, Tampa might go for Ringo next pick. I mean, fuck it. Let's grab a fucking Georgia player. Let's bring him in, man. I'll take Ringo. This late? Hell yeah, I'll take Ringo. Best fit for the Titans is Ringo, though. So let's see if they pick him. Of course. Who? Too bad nobody watches it anymore. No K, no Nate. Sorry, Jason. Any show with Schrager. Booty-O's. I didn't watch Good Morning Football once this year. They're like, just because you're on Good Morning Football, shut the fuck up and announce the pick. Jameson Meza is probably loving it.
Jaguars, they had to have back-to-back winning seasons since I was a senior in high school. But now, for the
But too bad you don't have any wide receivers. You talk too much, brother. Yeah, it's a garbage show now. And there we go. The reason why I don't watch. Not necessarily him, but I mean, the only thing that they got going for him is, you know, what, Kyle Brandt with the angry runs, you know, but I can't even enjoy that anymore. It's like, bro, you never want to have that guy that just keeps going and going and going. Like, it's not like all of the fans of that team are in the building and it's just Titans fans only. There's a time and a place, brother. This ain't Good Morning Football. Wake up. Oh, look at this bitch ass. Shut up, Peter. Yeah, that's why your ratings have gone down tremendously in the last couple of years. Nobody's watching for you, Peter, you goofy ass fuck. All right, Tampa, let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's suck this year. Let's go. 2 wins. And then let's get Drake May. Drake May to Tampa Bay. May to Tampa Bay. May to Tampa Bay. All right, let's go. All right, Dexter. Ringo. Ringo. Yaya. That's not Ringo. Yaya. Yaya better fucking pan out. Or he'll be bye-bye. Oh, Yaya. Ringo just sitting there and they pick Yaya. Come on, Tampa. McCourty, sorry, bud. Good Morning Football, not good. What's a Yaya? I have no idea, but apparently that's what I got. It's a brother to Yo-Yo, but a little different. Damn, I can't believe Ringo was just sitting there and you just, it may not be necessarily like a number one priority, but I mean, if he's sitting there, I mean, someone's going to get Ringo and be super excited right here because that's probably one of the biggest names that's still sitting there. What if Ringo goes Seahawks? But I don't think they need him, though. All right, Seahawks, Dolphins, Chargers, Ravens, Vikings, Jags, Rams, Cowboys, Bills, Bengals, Steelers, Cardinals, Chiefs, Cardinals, Washington, Cleveland, and then San Fran, Raiders. San Fran. So. Yeah. Let me go check up on Paisley here real quick while I evaluate and think for a second that we passed on Ringo for fucking Yaya. He better pan out. Damn it. All right, Broncos pick is in.
You say it lies in every detail. When the details come together, that's when the beauty of the world truly opens up. Meticulously designed residences, precisely positioned to accommodate your lifestyle.
Come seek the Royal Caribbean.
Who can treat this? Stop typing, start talking. It could be a medical condition called Peyronie's disease or PD. You're not alone. There is hope. Find a specialized urologist who can diagnose and treat PD. Visit makeapdplan.com today.
Hey everybody, please take out your camera and shoot the QR code on your screen. It'll take you to the Run Rich Run donation page, runrichrun.pledget.org. Every dollar that I'm raising through my latest run, which you'll see tomorrow, and behold tomorrow. I should use the word behold when I refer to me running on television in my suit. Every dollar goes to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital to make sure families never see a bill when their children go to St. Jude to get well. And it'll be great for you to please donate, and then please stay tuned tomorrow to watch what we did at the Rose Bowl a couple of weeks ago with a quintet of some wonderfully beautiful kids from St. Jude.
All right, Paisley's getting a little antsy, but we're moving along. We're moving along. Maybe another 45 minutes or so. All right, Broncos. God, I can't believe we left Ringo on the board. Sometimes it's not necessarily a need, but just talent.
The Denver Broncos select Riley Moss, defensive back, Iowa.
Another Iowa player.
Defensive back. That's what I was waiting to hear, how they would announce him, as a corner or as a safety. I think that's what he's going to play at the next level. Excuse me, corner. I believe he'll play corner at the next level. Look, he struggled against Marvin Harrison. But Joel, you know, everybody struggled against Marvin Harrison, so I'm not going to hold that against him. But this is a player who made tons of plays.
Lots of Iowa players in this draft. Is this the most Iowa, like, high-profile players? This is the most Iowa players drafted in the first 3 rounds, maybe ever, as far as that I can remember. Sarah can probably go over that. She had the one stat where they had the first couple players that Iowa had, and then now they've had 2 or 3 more after that. So, you know, they had the first times in 3 first-rounders since 86. Iowa football has 3 NFL draft picks in the top 35. Number 13, Lucas Van Ness, Packers. Their fans complain. Still a really great player. 18 to the Lions, Jack Campbell, right? And then tight end Sam Laporta, number 34. And they've had a couple more after that. How many Iowa Hawkeyes have been drafted so far? 5? Nice job, Sarah. But what does that mean for Iowa next year? Fast dog. Candace in the building. How are you? How are you doing today? Hopefully you had a good week. Missed you. We got 3 picks of the last 4 are for your Niners. Pick 36, pick 38, and pick 39, which will be pick 99, 101, and 102. So 3 of the last 4 picks will be San Fran, whether they keep them or if they end up trading back and collecting more picks. But I assume they'll be picking some of these players.
Kansas City, and we are here all day tomorrow for rounds 4 through 7, and we're heading towards, we're right in the middle of our 3rd round tonight, the final round update to the Los Angeles Chargers are now picking next with the Ravens and Vikings right behind them. Send things to our stage for the latest pick for Los Angeles Chargers.
All right, let's see what the Chargers do here at pick 85.
With the 85th pick in the 2003
Good to hear.
NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Deion Henley, linebacker, Washington State.
All right, Cougs.
The Chargers lost Drew Tranquil to the Kansas City Chiefs right here in the offseason. They brought in Eric Kendrick. Had a really athletic linebacker in Deion Henley, transferred from Nevada. He's got real legit speed and he can blitz. He's an excellent blitzer with 5 sacks this last year. Also an outstanding gunner on punt. He's going to excel in that role on special teams. There's a little bit of tightness that showed up some in space, but the Chargers have had success with guys like Kaiser White and Drew Tranquil in this portion of the draft at the linebacker spot.
Let's take a break. The Ravens are currently on the clock, making their latest pick. Vikings and Jaguars behind them here in Kansas City.
All right, Ravens on the clock.
The 2023 NFL Draft is presented by Verizon, the network America relies on.
One of those secret ingredients running my business?
Being all over, all at once, all the time. But my own network wasn't cutting it.
That's not good for me,
For judging or writing. So we switched to Verizon, the network businesses rely on. With Verizon Business Unlimited, I get 5G, truly unlimited data. And
All right, so we're on pick 86, and it'll go to 102. So 16 more picks, and then we'll probably be here for another 45 minutes or so, and I'll spend some time with Paisley, watch some shows, do some more reading, and then tomorrow I'll watch the Mariners play. I'll watch the draft, rounds 4 through 7, and then we'll end up doing the Cardinals and the Dodgers at 6:10 Pacific time on FS1. Kershaw's pitching, and we're going to be going against Sarah's team. So I think that'll be a good thing to kind of cap off the Saturday with all these other things that are going on, and then we'll figure out what we're going to be doing on Sunday at that point. So. Notable players selected 86 overall, 1985 wide receiver Andre Reed, who was fantastic. Love him. Unfortunate that Buffalo went to those 4 Super Bowls and lost all 4. I mean, Jim Kelly was a stud. Thurman Thomas was a stud. It's just that Emmitt Smith and Barry Sanders got more love. Andre Reed was good. Cornelius Bennett was good. Bruce Smith was amazing. Don Beebe. They had a lot of guys. Marv Levy. I mean, how the hell do you go 4 years in a row? And then obviously the one that they should have won was the Giants. That was the one that they deserved to win. They weren't going to win against the Redskins and Mark Rippon and Art Monk. That wasn't going to happen. Gary Clark, the Hogs up front on the line. And then you ran into the Cowboys dynasty in 92 and 93, and you weren't going to win those. So the only one that they should have won was obviously wide left, wide right with the field goals. But the Giants one is the one that they should have won. And that was the one where Phil Simms was the quarterback, got hurt. Jeff Hostetler came in, and it was just enough for them to get the job done. Lawrence Taylor, beast. I mean, can you imagine a team going to 4 straight Super Bowls in like this kind of era? I mean, maybe like a team like the Chiefs, but other than them, I mean, it's so hard to go. But I mean, if there's any team that could probably do it, I mean, that would be probably the one that most people would say. But, I mean, even that being said, 4 in a row, it's not like you're going to win all 4. Even if you are the Chiefs, you're going to probably go 2-2 in that. Maybe best case scenario 3-1 if everything goes right. But NFL is competitive. You just lose too many pieces year in and year out. It's too hard to keep the roster intact after you win a Super Bowl, because then the lower guys that played good want to get paid. They already won the Super Bowl, so they probably don't care about winning another one. Obviously Tyreek went for the bag. But if he would have stayed, I mean, then Mahomes, Tyreek, and Kelsey would have went down as one of the best trios of all time. But he went for the money, which I totally understand. But his legacy, could have been padded more for Hall of Fame numbers if he just would have stayed instead of just going for the millions of dollars and the women and the beach weather in Miami. So shows you some people's priorities are money, which at whatever point your contract, if that's going to be your big bag contract, I get it. But I would have loved to see Tyreek just would have stayed. But also, the Chiefs proved that they can win without him. And a lot of people thought that would be impossible. So, all right, Tori. Yep. Yeah, delusional dog. Lamar. All right, Ravens flock, show me. Trenton, and you got to think they always pick good players on defense in the draft. They get the most out of their players there. Ozzie Newsome, even though he's not in charge of a lot of the things that he was before. Okay. Yes, they do. Great reputation for defensive players, Baltimore Ravens. Now they just need to find another Marshall Yanda so they can actually compete. They need offensive line, running backs that don't get fucking hurt, and they need more wide receiver help. And the defense needs to improve. Oh, you did? You shared the list? Thank you. I appreciate that, Odin. You're a true MVP. Roman Reigns and Solo, SmackDown, Rhodes, Raw, Bianca, SmackDown, Becky, Raw, Street Profits, SmackDown, Riddle, Raw, Edge, SmackDown, Imperium, Raw, Lashley, SmackDown, Drew, Raw, OC, SmackDown, Miz, Raw, Damage Control, SmackDown, Shinsuke, Raw, Alba Isla, SmackDown, and Indy, Raw. Thank you for that. Is that it? Is that the complete draft?
Congratulations to that young man. He's going to Baltimore to play his football in the NFL. All right. Closing in on 7 hours of draft time between
Thank you, bro. Until Monday. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. The Niners. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Niners traded up. Ooh, who is this? Who is this going to be? I'm interested with this. Interesting. Yeah, but you have so many quality pieces there with like Hufanga, Bosa. You just got to be able to just be healthy and just be out there, and they will be able to find a role for a lot of these guys. Hufanga, baby. I love Hufanga. All right, baby. Another safety. I actually like that pick for the Niners. And they traded up. That was the guy they wanted. So they lose one of their picks based off the trade, but they still have the second to last pick, the comp pick. Oh, and then they still have the pick 36. So I guess they still have it. Yeah, they had 3 out of the last 4, but they used one of those to trade up. So, okay. I mean, we get 2 Hufangas. My goodness. Yeah. Day one starter, possibly. Wow, that could be big. Role player, especially if guys have gotten injured or left to other teams in free agency. Sometimes you can get starters in the 3rd round. Absolutely. Jacksonville. Yeah, Jags will be back. They will make the playoffs again, I think, this year. Ooh, Tank Bigsby. Oh, they'll like him there.
You see contact, his feet do not go dead. He's able to really drive and push through contact. He's physical downhill. Let the shoulders get square, drop his pads, and finish runs.
Tank running like a tank. Well, shit, you can't be soft if your name is Tank, right? You actually have to show up, and you have to be strong, and you have to live up to that label, Tank. Wow, is that surprising? Because Boston might have been the team that people thought were going to go all the way. They're struggling in the playoffs so far. Oh, I need to watch that Kraken too. Shit. Kraken is at home, though. They might be able to find a way now. They're up 3-2. They close out the series and beat the defending Stanley Cup champions. Could you imagine? It could happen. Kraken has been very good this year. Like I said, anyone's like, oh, Kraken. Yeah, but they've been a good team this year. Good playing from them. And it's just nice to be able to see them, go further than anyone ever anticipated. So, all right, here we got Rams up next. So we got a few more picks to go. Rams, Cowboys, Bills, Bengals, Steelers are your next 5. Oh, Nuggets. He doesn't dip the Nuggies? You got to do the sweet and sour, the barbecue, honey mustard. You got to be dipping with the sauces, man. And then if you can go ranch or ketchup, I mean, so many good options, man. Kraken, Devils Stanley Cup. Yeah. Well, obviously you love the Devils. And it's crazy. I've heard more hockey fans that are passionate about their team that are actually rooting for Seattle, not necessarily to beat Colorado, but just for the, Kraken to do well. I don't think I've ever really heard of that much of a positive response from a new team that's on the scene within the last couple of years and have so many fans of other teams rooting for Kraken to do well. It's kind of odd, but kind of cool at the same time. Clumsy dog. Shep, my boy. How are you, bro? You working tonight again, or are you off? What's your schedule, bro? Good to see you. I missed you, bro. I had to send you that Atlanta Braves throwback when I saw it. Anything Falcons or Braves, that I end up finding, I obviously will send you. So you can get the mac sauce for dip. Ooh, you can? Is it in the package? They just like the other ones, like sweet and sour and stuff, or do they put it in a special package on its own? You're at work now. What do you think about the draft so far for the Falcons? You like it? You love it? You hate it? What are you thinking? I think Atlanta's done a pretty good job. Shep is my dude. Man, that's cool. I like mac sauce a lot. I'm not sure if that would be my number one choice, though, like when I'm doing like nuggies, if I'm dipping the nuggets or fries. I mean, I'm a big sweet and sour guy, depending on the type of sweet and sour it is. Everyone's got a different kind. Like Wendy's tastes different than McDonald's, right? Sometimes it tastes more like the Asian sweet and sour or the standard sweet and sour. Honey mustard always is a go-to for me. I love me some honey mustard, but sometimes I'm like a ranch guy. Sometimes I'm a ketchup guy too. So, and I like barbecue, so I think barbecue, honey mustard, sweet and sour are probably my top 3. Shut up, Schrager, you idiot. Just like the rest. Oh, okay, cool. I will have to partake. I don't go to McDonald's often, but I'll go a couple times a month. I'll get a craving. How you doing physically, mentally, spiritually? How's everything going with you, Shep? I know you're always overworked and stressed out and whatnot, so glad that you took some time to come in here and say hi, man. I missed you. All right, let's see what the Rams do here. Kobe Turner.
He's a little undersized, 288 pounds. He's the East-West Shrine Bowl.
I was going to say, I thought that name seemed familiar from that game that I watched. Like, where did I recognize that name from? And the Kobe is spelled different, Kobie. And that's the only reason why I remember. I was like, what did I watch? Senior Bowl, East-West Shrine? I knew I watched him in something. I was like, where does that name come from? There it is. And this is probably what I remember. Because even though the East-West Shrine game sometimes sucks, or, the Senior Bowl, sometimes it doesn't live up to the expectations and whatever, but I still watch them.
So this is the guy who says, nobody comes at our house and pushes us around.
I'm just a working man. Yes, you are. A hardworking guy with a big heart. That's why we get along so well. You're an inspiration to the channel, bro. Just like Cyberpunk and Odin's son, Sarah, and a lot of others that are in the room on a daily basis or almost a daily basis. So Drew Pearson got bodied up by McCourty. They've been the biggest talkers. No surprise. Hood hood. I love it when these Cowboy people, they act like they've actually won a Super Bowl within the last like 5 years or 10 years. 1995, bro. He said, hut, 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 which no one says. All right, Cowboys. And then you wonder why so many people hate the Cowboys, and that's kind of like the epitome of the Cowboys, you know, being loud, talking too much, talking shit, being extra, you know what I mean? And people are like, well, why do you not like them? Well, that's kind of the whole personality of a lot of them, living in the past, you know what I mean? Well, you guys were legends, and no one's debating that, but you guys haven't been legendary since 1995. So stop acting like you guys won it within the last 5 years or even the last 10 years. You know, you're not helping the cause. But then also on the flip side, that's why they do it, because they know they can be annoying and they know they have passionate fans and they don't give a shit about anybody else. But as far as like maybe a fan that's like borderline, that like, do I like this team? You know, not to represent them, but can I handle them? And the answer for that question a lot of times is no. Everyone knows at least one douchebag Cowboy fan, man or woman. I've met Cowboy fans that are cool, but I don't know. There's been a lot of DBs, a lot of douchebaggery with Cowboy fans as well that are delusional as a motherfucker. You did? Oh, thank you, man. Things have been such a fucking struggle, bro. Oh, Chef, my boy. Thank you. And I know you've been so busy with everything that you're doing. And like I said, if it hasn't been for Cyberpunk, you know, being one of the regulars and really helping us out, I probably, wouldn't be able to do this full time. So thank you, man. As long as I can just pay rent, my bills, and just live, even if I don't buy anything for myself, thank you, man. I appreciate you. We'll wait for this Canadian influencer.
Back in the drawer after Labor Day. Dorian Williams from Tulane. Rules are made to be broken. It's kind of like when you're reviewing a play, everything's reviewable. When you're announcing a pick, everything's valuable.
They're like, hate. They're like social media star, hate. I appreciate you, Shep. Shepard's like, I'm going to make up for not being able to be in the room every day because I work so goddamn much. Thank you, man. Like I said, we've been, being held down by Cyberpunk pretty much single-handedly, to be able to keep my mental health in a good spot. And I thank you so much. I know how hard you work, for your money and everything that you do. Thank you so much. Shepard Williams, bang! $150, baby. Thank you, man. Because bills have been a motherfucker. And, there was some streams where we were hitting 5, for 3 or 4 hours, 10, 15, 20. And a few of them were a few days in a row. And it was getting rough, and it just feels good to be able to, I know how hard you guys work. And it just means so much, man. Thank you. I appreciate you. Bang, 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 boom, 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 bang, bang. Appreciate you. Even with a lower turnout, with the NFL draft, it shows you who really does care about me and who cares about the dream, who believes in me, in my talent, that we are slept on. And, once we become a popular thing, we'll grow like wildfire. even if, the tube wants to, make it difficult for me. I really appreciate you guys very, very much. We haven't had a day like this in a long time, so thank you, man. Appreciate you 100%. 280. Let's get to 3. $20 away. And with limited people in the room, too. Thank you so much, man. Okay. I thank you so much, dude. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, like I said, it's like, you could have came in and did 75 and 75. You've been a busy guy. You're always working. Watch some Ancient Aliens. Get on that. And I love you, brother. And I will talk with you soon. Have a great rest of your night. And thank you for showing so much love. And obviously, we know we have diehards that will support me until I die. Shepard is one of them. Cyberpunk is another. Thank you, as well as Odin's son. We know that. And then obviously we got one of the best mods on planet Earth with Sarah, even holding it down when things get rough. And like I said, it definitely gives you a different type of perspective. When you see these other channels that have hundreds or thousands in the room and that they're just getting subs based off just being popular, it spreads like wildfire. So even though things, sometimes are light, sometimes we're at a disadvantage compared to others, but we always have a good time regardless. So thank you, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, bro. Shepard Williams with a dono, big one. We got a nice one from Odin's son and Cyberpunk holding it down, the true MVPs. Thank you, guys.
We are honored to have with us the family of fallen hero Master Sergeant Bernard Dagon of the Kansas Army.
Makes me feel good, you know what I mean? Especially on those days where, we were way lower than goal. Like, the goal, let's say, is 100, and then you get like 50. Then you're like, okay, but then if you're not even at 50, if you're at like 10 or 20, it's a little disheartening. You already know the next day is another day to prove yourself and have other people show up. Thank you, man. It means a lot. Like I said, things have been piling up too, and I just need to be able to survive. I would love to keep doing this full time. Thank you, guys.
I'm now going to turn this over to Craig, who will announce the pick in honor of his dad. Craig?
All right. Chief selection.
The Cincinnati Bengals have traded the 92nd pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 92nd pick in the 2023 NFL.
Who is it going to be for the Chiefs? Okay, that's good. I like that pick. You got to get some depth up front. Right? They love Oklahoma. Well, they got to figure out a replacement for Niang, and this might be the guy. So, or someone that can compete, or someone that's better than Niang, which this guy probably is. I do like Oklahoma offensive linemen a lot too. Good pick for Kansas City. Uzomah, Rice, and Morris. And like I said, you may not be familiar with a lot of those names, but guaranteed when we watch Chiefs games, we're going to be like, ooh, just like Pacheco and some of the guys, we were like, well, we don't really know who they are. But once they actually start playing, you're like, oh my God. But the only thing that I am concerned about the draft picks moving forward this year and beyond, there is no Bieniemy. So, with the play calling and everything, like, I'm very curious to see if they keep it similar to the Bieniemy playbook with Reed, or if they change it up completely or keep a little bit of Bieniemy's style in there. But other than that, I'm really excited to see what these Chief players do. They're, to me, out of all the teams in the NFL, right, and me even being a Buck fan, if I could choose one team to watch other than my own, it's Kansas City. They are the funnest team to watch in the NFL if you're just looking from an outside perspective. Love watching them play, and we have a lot of good relationships for fans that are Chief fans, men and women, that love their Chiefs, and I enjoy watching them, and I'll try to do a lot of their games. So, I mean, hell, I'd rather watch the Chiefs than the Bucks lose every game this year. So, I like the pick. Like I said, I mean, the names, you're going to get more familiar with them, as obviously we get closer and closer to to the season. I'm excited to see what they do. Yeah, and like I said, I knew they were looking for a replacement for Niang or someone to be a little bit better, a little bit more depth. So I like it. I like it. Especially this late in the draft, when you're on day 2, you're just looking for something that is a need and that they don't just go for players that they don't need. Address the needs. Help Mahomes. Help your running backs, but solidify that line, right? And like I said, when you played Tampa Bay, the line got hurt. We fucking killed you guys, right? But then what you do, you ended up, a lot of people were questioning the line. You didn't give up a pick. You didn't give up any sacks, and you beat the Eagles, so very impressed. I think that was really the difference in the game, is that the battle in the trenches, we thought maybe would have been won by the Eagles, but it wasn't. It was won by the Chiefs, and also the Chiefs O-line. You know what I mean? I think that needs to be addressed, where people were not giving the Chiefs credit enough. You can give credit to Creed and Orlando Brown, but the other role players did a damn good job as well, and I'm excited to see what they do now moving forward. All right. So we got Steelers, Cardinals, Bengals, Cardinals, then Washington, Cleveland, and then we got Niners, Raiders, Niners, Vikings to finish the draft for day 2. So 3 goats come through today, making my life much better than what it was when the draft started. So I like it. Oklahoma lineman pan out too. Toby in the building. What to do? Yes, nice pick for Tank. I like it, man. And McCourty was all talking shit, saying, oh, the Jags haven't had back-to-back seasons. But again, they haven't had back-to-back seasons with Trevor Lawrence and Dougie P. So, yeah, there is a chance that they get hurt and they don't make it and someone else makes it from the division. But it's just as a, just a non-biased fan, if you're looking at all the teams, Colts, Texans, right? And you're looking at the Titans and what they have right now, it looks like the Jags are still the best team in the South. So, but the gap is closing. We'll just have to see how the other teams keep developing. How you doing, Toby? What's good? Shows you how a coach can make all the difference. Urban Meyer, out of here. Dougie P, in here. There it is. Darnell Washington to the Steelers. Yeah. Maybe some double tight end sets too for the Steelers. They're going to be using him as a blocker also, because obviously their O-line stinks. And they have Pat Freiermuth. So Freiermuth and Washington together. And they might use him just as a blocker, maybe they'll use him a little bit as a pass catcher as well, but a nice combo pick there. Yeah. I know they're going to use him as a blocker. I know they are. Freiermuth will leak out. And obviously he's probably a little upset that he went, so far down, didn't get picked in the first round, didn't get picked in the second round. But, dude, you ended up on the Steelers. So pretty cool organization to be on. Pickett, Pickens, Johnson, Freiermuth, Washington. Not really a believer in Pickett, and I'm excited to see what Pickens can do this year, too, if he gets more opportunities. Kings are going to win going to Game 7. Interesting.
With the 94th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Michael Wilson, wide receiver.
Oh, Michael Wilson.
Charles Michael Wilson, we saw him in Mobile at the Senior Bowl, and that's why he's getting selected right here because of how impressive he was down there.
Absolutely. Just remember, the biggest
knock on Michael Wilson is going to be consistency because of injury. Has not been able to stay on the field. Joel, every time you're getting ready for a ball game, you have to check your boards. Was he going to be available? Because you knew if he was, you would see what I believe is elite route running.
And we're not skipping photos for anybody. A photo for every player drafted when I do day 1 and day 2.
Well, he was on the field. He was one of the most dangerous wide receivers in the Pac-12, but each of the last 3 seasons, he missed significant.
Yeah, he got hurt.
Stay on the field, he'll contribute. There's no doubt. So the Bengals' next pick is in, and before we hear this pick, the Lions heard this pick, and as soon as the Bengals pick was in, they called the Cardinals and offered them a 4 and 2 5s tomorrow to move back and make the next pick after the Bengals.
All right, Bengals. What do they got in store here? Offensive line? Offensive line or defense? What do we got going on here? Offensive line, tight end, and running back. Oh, nice. They got a military guy coming out. I love that. Looks like a veteran. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 picks to go. Wow, 4 decades. Salute, man. That's commitment. You're not just doing 4 years or 8 years or 10 years. You love it so much that you keep continuing to go that route. Wow. Talk about heroes, guys that put in that type of commitment, for their family, themselves, and the country. That's pretty amazing. 4 decades. Unbelievable. Salute to him, man. And Army, too. So, you're going to see a lot of things that most people have no idea about besides in the movies. If you're in Marines or in the Army, you are going to see things that most people will have nightmares seeing, especially in war. Awesome. That's that the fans did that. 4 decades, you should do that. How cool is that?
Well, Commissioner, thanks. I'd like to thank you and the NFL and our VFW for allowing me to represent over 2 million men and women who served in Vietnam.
Wow.
But especially we need to remember.
Well, the Tannehill, is getting old, and they obviously are, I guess, giving up on Malik already. But they have no wide receivers to throw to, so it's a concern. All right, $20 to get to the next goal. USA. Let them know. He said homies. He said the homies. I love it. Let's go. Who is it? Oh, Jordan Battle. Ooh. Especially if you get guys that go late, but they have talent, and maybe it's injuries, maybe. All right, Bengals. I see you. All right. Lions, Washington, Browns, San Fran, Raiders, San Fran, Vikings. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks to go. All right. Lions pick is in.
So as I mentioned, the Detroit Lions must really want who they traded back into the third round to go get, because they traded 3 picks tomorrow to do this.
With the 96th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Roderick Martin, defensive tackle, Western Kentucky.
There were some intriguing defensive tackles who did not get combine invites. Roderick Martin, another one of those. We've seen them come right off the board here. Quick hands. He's got a great club swim move. You'll see him stacking chuck blocks there at the line of scrimmage. Plays some defensive end as well. You see that pure bull rush that he possesses. Not elite first or get off, but someone who's 330 plus pounds who plays with tremendous power and strength. You liked his Auburn tape, didn't you? Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, that's the one that get everybody's attention.
So the Detroit Lions take Roderick Martin, the defensive tackle out of Western Kentucky, and that leaves them with just 2 picks tomorrow. They've front-loaded their draft here in 2023. We'll be back with the Commanders.
All right, Commanders are up. These picks are coming in pretty quick, so we probably don't got too much more time. I would say another 10, 15 minutes.
Verizon Small Business Days are back. April 27th through May 3rd. Now is the time for a free tech check, personalized advice, and special offers. Like a free 5G phone. Don't miss out. Get started today with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
For pros like Cam Jordan, confidence is a game changer. Just like doctors all over the world, Cam trusts Invisalign aligners to improve his winning smile.
My confidence is at an all-time high.
Invis is trusted by the pros.
Which NFL players depend on Sleep Number? That guy, that one, holy moly, all these guys. This one we paid NFL Man of the Year sure does. I mean, just look at it. This one here, we got a big pile of them here. Yeehaw, Cowboys do. The Offensive Player of the Year does. Super Bowl champions do. Boom, it's a Superpalooza. Turns out 80% of NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed to help improve their energy and recovery. It's game-changing sleep, only from Sleep Number.
Electric Dream Days are here. Come in now and experience the intense thrills and incredible offers on any of 5 Mercedes-Benz electric vehicles, including 2 years complimentary charging and prepaid maintenance. The vehicles are all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. The choice is all yours. But hurry, these Dream Days are only here until June 5th.
All right, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. I am actually excited to see what happens on day 3. I mean, the names aren't going to be as recognizable, but there's still going to be, some players that, that you have heard of that are going to be going to certain places. And that's going to be more like in the 4th and 5th round. Once it gets to 6 and 7, it's pretty thin pickings at that point, but you still get gems in the 6th and 7th round, Usually those are going to be bench guys, role players, guys that are just projects. But again, you never know. Even guys undrafted can make a big move. So.
The NFL Draft Concert Series presented by Bud Light continues tonight right after the conclusion of the 3rd round as Motley Crue takes the stage. The performance will be streamed in full on NFL.com/Draft Concert Series and live on NFL Facebook and YouTube. And rumor has it, I don't know if we have an in-truck camera, but rumor has it.
What a great day today. Like I said, we haven't had a big dono day like this in a while, and with limited people too on top of that. Awesome. Just awesome that we got, the support today. And Cyberpunk has been holding it down pretty much every day for the last who knows how long. True Goats. Thank you guys. Odin's son, Cyberpunk, Shep. Fantastic, man. And even Riggs starting it off, really was the one that started it off for us, even though he couldn't stay with the 20. That set the tone. So, all right, we got 20 to go. Will we get there? Maybe. All right, Commanders.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders Center, Arkansas. This was a top player for offensive line coaches in the middle round. They think he can become a starting center. He's got lateral quickness. He's going to get ground versus cover, but he doesn't slow it. It's not immediate loss, and you can survive with that style. He's really good with angles. He's good on combo blocks. Always keeps those feet moving. You see him giving a little bit of ground there, CD, but he's able to eventually anchor down. But when he works up to the second level, really good angles, really good feel. I don't believe he's an elite athlete, but I believe.
Yeah, like I said, I think that I didn't know what to expect today with how many people or where we were going to be at on donos. I figured that the names alone were going to be kind of interesting for us hardcore fans like you and me, Sarah. But yeah, today definitely exceeded the expectations. But we still have some mods that we haven't seen in the building in a while too, and I would love to see some of the other mods show up if they could. 1-1. All right. Paisley, calm down. Daddy's almost done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more picks for Daddy. All right, let's see what the Cleveland shit stains select.
He began his career at LSU, transferred to Baylor as a nose tackle at that size. He's surprising range to make plays outside the tackle box. You get down in short yards, you get in goal line situations. That's where you're really going to feel.
All right, baby. Niners, Raiders, Niners, Vikings. Last 4 picks, baby. Thanks for the update. I like your draft. It's not as splashy or flashy as last year's, but again, we didn't really know how good that draft was going to be until we actually saw the players get out there and make names for themselves. Because I guarantee no one thought Tariq Woolen was going to turn into Tariq Woolen. I mean, we knew that obviously the first pick, that you correctly picked, that, a lot of people thought that was who they were going to target, but with Abraham Lucas and Tariq Woolen, we didn't really know, but we knew obviously with your linemen. And then on top of that with Kenneth Walker, those we kind of knew. The other two, they had to blossom. And then, hell, they really blossomed, huh? Niners! Oh my, Jake Moody. The first kicker off the board, but if he's at one that they believe in, and obviously Robbie Gold's getting a little older and whatnot, right? Kicker of the year twice. I love it. And obviously you're going to need a great field goal kicker, moving forward. Some guys will draft kicker, 6th round, 7th round. But if it's like, a guy that you believe in, taking a guy in the 3rd or 4th round could end up being very beneficial. Not everyone's going to be a Justin Tucker or a McPherson. So I know it's a risky thing to do. I like it. I actually think this is an amazing pick. I like it. Niners are smart, man. They don't make stupid picks. A lot of research went into this pick before they did it, And could they have gotten this player in the 4th round? Possibly, but what if they would have missed on him and they drafted one other guy, he gets hurt, and then that's the guy you wanted all along and you miss him by like a pick or two. So I get it, but now if you would have gone for like a punter, in the 3rd or 4th round, then I'm like, what the hell is going on? But for kickers, how many games are decided by 1, 2, or 3 in this league, let alone 4, 5, 6, or 7? A lot. So, and in most cases, I would be like, what the hell are they doing? But with this kicker, legit best kicker in college football, I love it. And this is going to help the Niners get further along. Wow, interesting. Yeah, but Robbie's still typically a pretty good kicker. He's usually pretty fucking reliable, even as old as he is. Hey, guy, it's your pick now. Raiders, Niners, Vikings. Last 3.
free to leave the booth for the bar.
Listen, Nikki, I'm always looking for the best opportunity to watch, but I'm just focused on getting the next round. And it's cut beers. Yeah.
Get a power card with an entree only at Dave & Buster's.
We all have something we love. A passion. Could be our job, travel, sports. It could be anything. But here's the thing. If you follow it, wherever it takes you, you'll always find what you're looking for. NFL Plus brings you the draft like never before with exclusive content.
That's what I dreamed about. It's finally time.
Plus expert analysis.
He can do it all.
And behind the scenes access all off.
And I like special teams a lot too. You know, I like underappreciated players. You know, positions, punters, kickers, O-line, defense. I'm always gonna have a little, not necessarily like favoritism, but I'm always gonna root for those type of guys first. You know, and then obviously quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end later. Everyone else gives a priority to those positions. But anyone that knows football, you need to have a good special teams. You got to have punters and kickers that are going to be effective, and you got to have an O-line and D-line and a good defense to even hang around in this league. So I love it, man. And this might be the guy moving forward for the next 5 or 10 years for the Niners. So I absolutely love it, man. I know some Niner fans might be scratching their head, but as you know, Robbie Gould getting older, kickers are important. And yeah, they might have been able to get this guy in the 4th or 5th round. But again, you don't want to second guess yourself, pick a couple other guys, you know, for filler roles. And then you miss out on the guy that you really, really want and have to settle for the second best kicker, which maybe is someone that you didn't really like even to begin with. So, all right, Raiders. Who's it going to be? Raiders. Primary analysis for Raiders was corner, O-line, and D-line. We will see what they do here. Yeah, we got Jimmy Garoppolo, but for how long before he gets hurt? Cornerback has been an issue for fucking years, right? Nate Hobbs, you know, you can't really count on a whole lot of people. O-line and D-line needs a whole lot of fucking help. Ringo's still on the board. Unbelievable that Ringo is still there. That's the biggest name for sure. Raiders. Go defense. O-line or defense should be every pick for the next 10 years for the Raiders. Ringo? Tucker. Wide receiver?
That's what they went for here with Trey Tucker. Plays in the slot, lots of bubble screens. Get the ball in his hands and let him go. Outstanding burst. He's tough with the football in his hands. He can beat press coverage with his quickness. Run after catch is what this offense is all about with Josh McDaniels. One of the reasons why they obviously love having Devontae Adams for what he can do after the catch, as well as Hunter Renfrow. They've got another one now with the ball in his hands. He's excellent.
Tucker can provide a little kick return as well. So you get some versatility, you get some depth potentially on specials. I think that's where he's going to have to show out early in camp.
Speed is good.
Special teams tackles, he can cover kicks as well.
All right, so that's your Raiders' first 4 in this draft. Started with Tyreek Wilson last night and just wound up with a Trey Tucker right there. I don't know. I mean, this is such an anticlimactic pick from the 49ers.
Niners, who is it going to be? What if the Niners get Ringo? They get fucking Moody and Ringo? Woo! I don't know if they will, though. I don't know if they're looking at him. Jonathan in the building. ESP, baby. I'll be back to doing baseball tomorrow. Dodgers Cardinals at 6:10. Wow. So many tight ends. This is like the draft that has seen more tight ends go in the first 3 rounds than ever. I don't remember ever it being like this. Some tight ends will be used as blockers primarily, some as pass catchers, and then you'll get a few of them that are going to be like Gronk that are going to be awesome at both. Cameron Latu. Obviously, they're looking for a George Kittle replacement at some point or another too. So, or someone where they can run double tight end set. All right, Vikings with the last pick. All right, last pick in the draft for day 2. I was just going to say the same thing, bro. What's good, Jonathan? How are you, bro? Skull. Robert Smith, what a stud. Cornerback, D-line, wide receiver.
Trainer for the Minnesota Vikings starting in 1961 when the organization first began until 2011. And then, of course, the man who drafted me 30 years ago. It's been almost 7 years since we lost Dennis Green.
Denny Green. Love Denny. Great personality. Rest in peace. Let's go, Robert. Last pick in the day 2, 3rd round. Who is it? Whoa. Lots of USC players.
Transfer from Colorado where he played with Gonzalez, who we saw go to the Patriots in the first round. He is always in phase, always in position, very efficient mover. His red zone interception that he had this year against Stanford was one of the best interceptions of any defensive back in this class. Joel, that defense, we referenced it earlier. There weren't a lot of spots, but Tui Pelotu was one of them, and this was the other one here in Blackman. Yeah, and Blackman at Colorado was a guy that, he made up what was the best part of their team, obviously, with Gonzalez in that secondary. And
it's kind of crazy that kicker pick was one of my favorite picks on day 2. I didn't think that anyone was going to be coming off the board for punters or kickers on day 2. I know day 3 you're going to get some, but I actually like it, man. I'm crazy. All right. Well, hell, we finally finished day 2. Shout out to A-Guy, Jonathan, Candace, Sarah, all y'all, Finley, Megan, and shout out to Odin's son. Shout out to Riggs. Shout out to Cyberpunk. Shout out to Shep. You really made it happen, and we got way more than what we usually do today, even with a limited number of people. Thank you guys for being so loyal and rooting for me to be able to do my dream. It really does mean a lot. I mean, it's my whole life. I mean, like I said, some people have goals and dreams and they don't act on them. And we're already at a point where I've already done, I don't know how many videos, 1,700 since 2017. So we're going to keep grinding. We're going to keep hustling. And I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. What a day, huh? Much better than I anticipated, not only with the donos, but the draft itself. Paisley just walked by. She's ready to snuggie with dad. She is ready to hang out. You guys are the best. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And thank you to everyone that donated. Thank you to everyone that participated, chatted, shared on Twitter. You guys are the best. I love you and I appreciate you. And we'll be back tomorrow around 6:10. Well, we'll probably be live around 5:45 to 6 o'clock for the Cardinals and Dodgers on FS1 tomorrow. So I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.